Okay, hello everyone. This is Michael C. I am here to talk about the B1.2D game of Imperial Diplomacy, and I am joined by Andrew. Hey Andrew, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. I feel like, man, if you click on YouTube to watch a 3 to 4 hour game of ImpDip, I don't mind spoiling it as we go. And if you really hate spoilers, skip ahead a minute. But I asked Andrew to join me because he played Russia, subbed in after the first year, and I played Ming. And spoilers, we ended up finishing fourth and fifth, just outside of impunity. And this is, it's weird not winning. My last AARs have been me winning, and I'm sure that's more enjoyable, but I thought it'd be really cool to go through a game with the first and second just out of victory. And also I had a great time playing with you, and so I'm like, if I'm gonna have someone on to talk about this game, I really wanted it to be you.
Yeah, likewise. I think this one was a lot of fun. Um, it is a little weird, I guess, maybe to not be here as a winner, but I think this game definitely had its twists and turns.
Oh, for sure. I did manage to get through every Ming mention in press after it opened up, and I read a few of the voids, and that definitely helped me a little bit understand a few things. And I'll have some notes as we go through, but I was even more happy to have you on to talk through this. This is my first game not playing with Zombie, who you've heard on my last recordings.
Yeah.
So this will be a lot of fun. So I'll kind of walk through what I did in the first year and what you had to sub into, which kudos to you, but we'll get to it. But a really good job and really fun playing with you. So this was spring of the first year. I've got the moves pulled up. So when I came in, I had played Abyssinia and Ottomans before. I picked Ming as my first choice because I wanted to get out of Africa, Europe. I did Athabasca in a Blitz game and enjoyed it, but I really just wanted to play in Asia. I had so little experience over here, and Ming looked like a really fun power to play in the games I'd seen. And when I got put into this game, the player that I knew the best coming in, because I've been playing Imperial Diplomacy for almost a year now, so you kind of get to know people in the community, and that was Hobbit, who was playing Ching. And Hobbit was in my last game. We didn't interact very much. They were Mapuche to my Ottoman, and so it was very friendly because we didn't have much interaction, but I did stab them on the very last turn to get the controversial throwing solo. If there's not discussion on throws, it's not an ImpDip game. So
Fair enough.
right. So there was maybe a little bit of bad blood there because like 5 people had worked really hard to make this big impunity, and they just didn't do enough to keep me from weaseling my way into it. But when we came into this game, at least what they were telling me was, I'm so excited you're my neighbor. Let's just ally and let's go. And I learned from previous games, don't ally with people before you see moves or before you really get into press. But I did feel good about Qing even pre-spring Y1 because I knew they were very active in the community. They were very active in the newspaper. Even when we weren't next to each other, they were pressing me really well in the last game. And you can get some new people where the press is just not up to snuff, and it's hard, even if the board wants you to ally with them, if the position looks good, that if they're not communicating, that's hard to do. So Qing and Ming, obviously the neighbors and capitals right next to each other, have opportunity for stabs and fights. But early on, I was like, I want to team up with Qing because I know they're going to talk to me, and I think we can work it out even if we have things that we disagree on. So even just right off the bat, spring Y1, they core or hold in Shengjing so they can't bounce me in Hanyang, and that was agreed on so that me, them, and Toku can all split the Korean peninsula. Toku was also very chill. It was their first ImpDip game, and they did amazing, and were also really good on comms. And we'll talk more about the Asian triple, I'm sure, but yes.
Oh, yeah.
Early on, that's what I pitched. I said, we don't need to fight. We have a bunch of neutrals away from each other. We have a bunch of opportunities away from each other, so let's just keep it friendly in the beginning and see where the game develops. Turfan, I think, is pretty aggressive, but again, this was arranged with Qing to kick the old Russia out of Karakorum. And then here, Ayutthaya and Mughals, both very good on press, talking, no problem. But I had come into this game knowing that there has not been, like, there have been 0 Ming Ayutthaya long-term, really good, impunity-threatening alliances. And so Ayutthaya or Mughals were definitely my first target away from who I was friendly with. And so I was trying to work out who I'd wanted to go against. And I didn't decide before the spring, but I did set up where a lot of people would question the move to Kunming instead of Ringpungpa. But I felt good enough that Mughals wouldn't bounce me there, or there would be opportunity to negotiate, that I wanted to have some impact on Ava and just have more options down here, even if it meant costing me a neutral. I'm trying to think of early talks at Spring Y1. I'll wait till year end to really talk about the people and what we thought about them. But that was how it started out, was yes, friendly with the Asian triple, trying to decide between Mughals and Ayutthaya, and limited interaction with others. The only thing that I did ask is Ayutthaya. I said, hey, can you take Phan Rang through Cambodia? Just because I have no problem with you having it, but I just want, I was looking back at the previous maps and saw in a few games that Portugal and Ayutthaya had a very good chance to do some kind of team up here or negotiate, and I didn't really want to deal with this triple. I wanted to choose between these two and not have to worry about Portugal coming in and doing something that was anti-Ming, or possibly building an army there or something. So I asked them to go to Cambodia, and they didn't. And with my preconceived notions of I needed to take Ayutthaya dots, and then this lie in spring, that kind of set into motion the fall.
Yeah, that seems pretty fair.
Yeah. So the old Russia was also someone I knew. They were my GM for my very first game in A2C, and had been good as well. So I kind of felt bad, but really what I wanted to do is keep Qing focused towards them or to the north. And so I can move ahead to fall, quite happy to support them into Karakorum. In hindsight, maybe not the best idea, angered Russia very early, but my goal was, if the two of us are working against Russia, hopefully their other neighbors. Russia's so tough because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 neighbors. Yep. If they ever really get a coalition against you, there's, from both east and west, there is not a lot to do. And so
it's pretty tough.
Yeah. So I was trying to see how eager everyone was to fight Russia, or were interested in fighting Russia, and not a lot here in the fall that made me feel great. The Safavids helped them into Tbilisi. So, and I love this triangle. It's probably my favorite triangle in the game, because this always happens, and then it's always like a Mexican standoff.
Yeah.
And having played Ottomans, yeah, it's just a fun little triangle and a little choke point. But I was really sad to see Safavid had sided and been very friendly with Russia here. So not good. And then Sweden, I don't blame. They had an easy double, relatively easy, without angering anyone. And yeah, not angering people in Y1 is year one is probably a good call. And that's not something I really did well, because I immediately had picked sides in a couple of battles, one against Russia, and then the other one was a big, long discussion with Mughals and Portugal to get them on side against Ayutthaya. Unfortunately, reading back press, Ayutthaya knew the Mughals were doing this because they stopped debating Pegu. Like, I guess that was, there was some argument about who was going to get what neutrals here, and Ayutthaya said, oh, well, the Mughals just kind of stopped arguing, but also weren't proposing anti-Ming actions, like wasn't offering to bounce and ring Pungba or really commit to anything, and that made them think we're working together, which we were, but allowed them to make some pretty optimal moves here where they can't hold Ava, they guarantee Pegu, and then here I'm like, well, I'm either going to bounce them out of Fan Ring, or they either move here and it's bounces all around, or I can slip through here and also not let them have a dot. And I convinced Portugal to do that. England, you maybe have some interactions with England later, but
barely. But yeah.
They had this crazy idea. You could see they moved to Raichur, and then had something they wanted to do, and everyone pounced on that. It was an easy target because they seemed inexperienced, weren't making safe, good moves in India, wanted to do something a little more aggressive against Portugal. And I talked to Mughals about it, I talked with England about it, and that was kind of the idea is, hey, Ming, Mughal, and Portugal, we can have common enemies in England and Ayutthaya, and that's a good point to start with. So everyone agrees to do stuff here, and then I did lie to the Dutch. The Dutch came to me, and I think they had a really good idea, and the Dutch do end up being a big part of this game, is they wanted Okinawa with my support against Tokugawa, and I had agreed to that, but in my mind I'm like, no, I want Formosa. I still say Formosa should be a Ming dot. I don't like this one dot colony that's sitting up here. And I thought that the Dutch reaching out wasn't strategic, though I do think they had a good idea in mind if everyone had agreed. But in my mind, it was a one dot colonial trying to stir trouble between the much bigger powers. And that's what I would do if I was the Dutch, is I would just try to stir as much trouble as I can, stay alive in the area, and get these two to turn against each other, myself and Toku. And so I didn't really consider their offer to go anti-Toku here, especially with me already engaging down here, and Toku was willing to give me Okinawa instead of the Dutch who were asking for Okinawa. So that would let me double, and I just had better relations with them and thought I thought, man, I'll just get rid of Formosa. The Dutch, I don't have to worry about the fact I stabbed them. I probably won't talk to them again, if at all, and everything will be great.
Yeah. This is what we call foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing, thank you. Yeah, for sure. So, needless to say, you'll see why that didn't work. But early on, this was great. It was a fun double. I think it is not the greatest opening. It's very aggressive going to Fenring with an army and not having any fleet support anywhere near this. But I thought, man, I'm just going to be really aggressive. I'm going to double, and then I still have these two basically pocket centers that are going to be mine. And we're off to the races. Let's just take down Ayutthaya and then look for our next target. And
I don't think your reasoning is necessarily wrong. I didn't look at very many late game maps of this variant, and I'm not experienced with the variant because this was my first game, but I've never seen a Ming doing well where they don't own all of Ayutthaya's stuff. So I think your initial aggressive moves toward them is probably necessary, even if a little risky. So I think that you were right to go for this.
Yeah, I think there's a world where it works out. I just think it didn't in this game, but would I do this opening again? Probably not. The only reason I went to Turfan is I really thought, man, I got Qing on side. I want to push as far north as I can, as early as I can, especially kicking Russia out of Karakoram, to give some options up there and be more helpful. versus if I just kind of turtle my builds here, I'm leaving them on an island to deal, and eventually they get stonewalled and look south, which may happen anyways. But that was kind of the idea of getting so leggy the first year. I'll also, just because I only sent 2 messages to France the entire game, and they were, hey, Fleet Quebec can move, right? Like, this is the fall. It did this in the spring too. It just did not move from this dot for an entire year.
Okay.
And they said, yeah, I'm just not sure where I want to go. And I'm like, well, there's
ideally
there's dots over here. That's, you could just move this way and see what happens. I don't. Oh, I just switched over. Here you go. So yeah, that was. We quickly realized. I think most of the board realizes that we have a inexperienced / weak France and England very early on, and that flavors a lot of the game. You can see here in the fall. The Mughals said they do something with England, they don't, and England ends up with no new builds no new centers in India. So all that's looking great to me. I feel terrific. And I'm just trying to get to the point where you're in. Oh yeah, Russia retreats to Termeds. They're unhappy with me, but that's okay. That's kind of where I was. I'm like, yeah, we'll do Asian triple for a while and see what happens. So early on, this always happens. Even with how weak England, I mean, a +9 from both England and France wasn't great, but the colonies are always on top after the first year or near the top, unless there's major year 1 stabs, and so nothing very surprising here. Just people getting their builds. 4 builds, I go 4 armies and a fleet. I thought about doing a fleet pecking, but really just I saw my expansion with these 2. I mean, they didn't let me in, but everyone had done what they said the first year, and so I didn't really feel like I needed another fleet just at the moment. And it would take too long to get down. Like in a year I can get down to East China Sea, or I can just wait till next winter, build here, and be only a phase behind. Now, this doesn't really, it can't go anywhere else, right? So it was really just kind of, I knew these were gonna have to go sit in the neutral dots at the end of the year, and so I figured an army here would be better. But the problem, and I advise against this, is when you stab someone, it's always better to stab someone if they're not building. Now, everyone is building year 1 almost no matter what. And so you will be stabbing into builds, and that's exactly what happens with Ayutthaya, is they're like, okay, well, I know where the aggression's coming from, and I have to build against it. Versus if you stab and can keep them neutral or hopefully go down dots, then the momentum of your stab is a lot better. And still didn't learn my lesson. I was a little too stab happy in first year and just trying to be more aggressive than I think was absolutely needed. And now this is going to be a lot harder to break with 4 armies here. So Russia still has plenty of builds. That was also the other issue, is they're able to reinforce the east, reinforce the west. Safavid's on side with them, so more dots in the future. So Russia was there wasn't enough people that jumped on the anti-Russia bandwagon, and I wasn't exactly talkative enough. I was on vacation for the first 2 years of this game, and over in Europe, and just wasn't able to maybe give it as much attention as I wanted. Though clearly I'm still doing work, but I wish I would have done more to try to drum up some because if I'm drumming up anti-Russia stuff in year 1, there wasn't too much that Russia could really do against me, besides maybe work with the Mughals to kick me out of Turfan. But considering that the Mughals and I were agreeing down here, and I thought they were going to follow that. I didn't think they would do that. So I could have been more talkative with the other powers, just anti-Russia, to try to prevent so many builds. But my goal was never to go up into Russia. It was really, I didn't think I was getting I never planned to get another dot past Turfan north. It was always just, this is a good Qing distraction and expansion location. And if they did finally push over to the tundra, then maybe we can do something together. But I wasn't really looking to occupy anything past this point. Just keep them off my back.
I think that would be pretty untenable for you. You're just way overextended, and then Qing is kind of running into you up there. I never really thought that you were trying to get up there either. I always thought, okay, Ming wants them off themselves, so they're sending them up here to me. That makes sense. I don't like it, but it makes sense. So.
Yeah. I do have some notes, so no, I'm good. That was kind of where we're at. We'll get you in here pretty quick.
Yep, I come in after these spring moves and the retreats that happen.
Right. So we can't hold Karakoram. And there is some pressure that can be applied towards you, but honestly, as soon as I sell the builds, I'm like, well, this is gonna be a lot more stalematey than I wanted, and you're moving Russia, the old Russia's moving more stuff this way because they've pieced out Safavid. Like, this is worst case scenario. Now we're getting all the attention with limited opportunity to get more dots for Qing. On one hand, I'm thinking, oh great, they're going to be stuck in that fight for a while, but also didn't realize just like there is a lot of adjacencies here that bother me. So I'm trying to work with Mughals here to I want to get the neutrals, they want to get Kathmandu, and also push in on Ayutthaya. But with 4 armies, I won't get into the nitty-gritty of the tactics, but it's not great. Let's just put it that way. It's a pretty good wall.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty defensible core in there.
I do like seeing Spain come in because that applies some pressure on the backside. And at this point, I'm still thinking, okay, as long as Ayutthaya goes down anything, I'm happy with that. Just minus any number is fine. But when you have this setup, all of a sudden I have to deal with 3 powers sitting on 1 army that can interact with it, and I can't do too much against it. And
yeah, you're kind of hung out to dry over there.
Yes. And I think here is I'm saying, oh, the fleets are a little too far behind. It's like, oh, I can only build fleets up here until I get this pre-core, and and if I can't get Formosa fast enough, I'm going to get stuck here. And even in year 2, I just can't get down there fast enough. So unless I am really allied with Portugal, like we've worked out something more than we did, it's just not a tenable place to be at the moment. So, and here I think I see, as Russia, there's a pretty massive, this is not anti-Russia, which I don't like. This is not anti-Russia.
Nope.
This isn't either. There's just nothing. And the fact that Safavid, that the first Russia got Safavid on side, I think if we had like one more person that was more vocally anti-Russia, we could have had I think the dominoes would have fallen a little bit more. Like if Poland and Otto talk enough to do this, or these two somehow worked it out, which is less likely, I think that would have put us in a much better shape. But the first Russia did great, basically piecing out everyone except the 2 of us, and so we're left out a bit. But that's just probably poor comms on my part, not trying to drum this up more, or trying to. There's a danger, like if you're just too active early on, right, or just too pushy, I think, in the first year, for people to be like, oh, I'm not going to follow that person just because they're pushing more than I think they should. So I didn't. And we're mainly going to be focused in Asia because we played Russia and Ming. We can poke over here when it matters or something, but sorry again to North and South America, I don't have terribly much to
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was mostly just focused on my 8 neighbors, and I didn't really have any energy to try to influence things abroad.
yep,
I didn't have the will for the
yep.
most part. I was
Um,
spending a lot of time talking to everybody on my border, as I'm sure everybody knows.
yeah, good.
But
I'm tired of talking, so this is a good point. You come into the game right here, right?
yep, this is where I come in. I had not played diplomacy at all for about 4 years, and I'm starting to get the itch again. It's something I played a lot in high school, played a little bit during college, and then just kind of dropped off, got a little burned out. But I saw some videos about this variant, and I was like, "This looks kind of cool." I joined the Discord and kind of just leave myself open as a substitute. And I see this position come up, and I'm like, "This looks pretty darn good." And I'm kind of telling myself, "Oh,
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't know if I'm ready for this. Maybe like if it's open in the morning, I'll hop on it." And then like an hour later, I'm laying in bed and I'm like, God damn it, I want to play this. So I get in on it. Um, and I'm kind of in a position where I feel like kind of the world is my oyster for the most part because I've got Sweden and Poland who are basically at each other's throats and want my help. I'm like, okay, that's good for me. Ottomans and Safavids are at war. Uh, the only really major issue I have is the Qing coming up north after me with a little bit of support from you, but not like a ton of support. I think this move to support Karakoram is kind of the last material support you really give Qing for a long time. At least it feels like a long time because there were a lot of delays this game, and a lot of
Yeah,
these phases drug on for days.
yeah.
So the early game feels like a very long time. But I come into this position. Maybe I'm a little over eager to be back playing this game and kind of get started. And I immediately identify my main problem is I need to get the Ching off me. So I sit there and I'm like, okay, it's retreats. What can I pitch to the Ching that might get them off me? And I pitch them something that I call the crackhead stab, which is essentially I say, hey, Ching, I'm new here, but I want to work with you. If you retreat to Gobi and try to play that off as helping Turfan or something, and like then you can move down like Kikihar or Chichihar, whatever that's pronounced as, to Hohat, your capital down to Zili. Um, Ming might not be getting that many builds because there is already a coalition kind of forming against your triple that I notice when I come in. There's a chat that's kind of already ongoing about it. I don't know if there's a ton people can do, but I'm trying already to contribute to that chat and kind of make sure that you don't build very much this year.
That's fair.
That's kind of my goal. Um, because it's a lot easier to pitch them a stab if I can say, hey, I'm working on things in the South with these guys, and I think that you're not going to be building very much, which would leave you pretty damn open if they're in Hohat and Zili for the next year. And I'm also helping you. But they don't go for it. And I mean, I think that's fair. They don't know me. I kind of talk like a lot. And I don't know if my ideas are really any good. I'm kind of just trying to give them something because it's kind of all I can do, at least in my view. And I'm a little embarrassed about how much I really try to push this because I think it's not really a great idea.
They have an
But
open dot, right? Like if you're trying to convince them not to go to a neutral dot on a retreat, that's a tough sell. That's really
it
tough.
is it is oh, yeah, you're right. I
Yeah.
think I tell them that I'll leave Karakoram, but I can't remember exactly what I told them. I didn't want to read all of that again because frankly, I found it a little embarrassing. But but so yeah, they don't go for it. As you can see, they retreat to Ikuri, and now we're here. I basically tell them, all right, guess we're gonna be slugging it out for a while. And that's kind of just how it's gonna be. I'm not really super worried about losing anything, and I'm trying to also talk. And then after I fail at this, I go to you, and I'm like, hey. And I think that you probably take a little offense to being picked after, but I'm just trying to do something.
Oh yeah.
And it's I come at you with a lot of stuff that I don't exactly remember, but none of it is terribly convincing. And
No, my first
long,
impression. so you coming in, I was kind of happy because I'm like, oh, I feel bad for stabbing my old GM. Like, I'm sure they would have been a really nice player. Oh, good, we have a sub, and subs in general, I hope aren't as capable as the original players. And then very quickly, I realize, oh no, this is a very capable Russia.
Well, I appreciate the compliment.
Like, and
But
I
I
think
just kind of
you're,
talk a lot.
yeah, I think you're leading the anti-Asian triple channel. Like, I thought you created them right here. And looking
No,
back,
no,
it
no,
was
no.
like Mugels and Inuit had created those channels, and you weren't even like super talkative in those channels. But at
No.
least from what I knew, I was like, Russia is beating the drum big time. So I'm already like, oh, this is. I do want to see you and Ching fighting, so like you taking Karakoram back and threatening them somewhat. I'm a fan of that, but then I realized like, oh no, I'm the one with 2 on my dot and no way to support it.
Yeah, you're kind of hung out to dry here.
Oh.
Um, okay. I was trying to. I think next phase is when something happens where I get an opening of the Mughals here. But yeah, what else is there to talk about?
I also get a little bitter with multiple, not bitter, but a little upset with like multiple people are like, oh, Asian triple, Asian triple. And I'm like, it has
Yeah.
been 3 moves. And yes, we have not attacked each other for the first 3 turns, but does that really mean that we're going to go the distance? No, I don't think any of us think that. And if you look at the chats, I mean, we're all proposing on one-on-ones, like me to Ching, me to Toku, Ching to Toku kind of style. Like, oh, at the end of the day, it will be the 2 of us, right? That we don't think all 3 of us are going to make it to an impunity. It's just early on, it made a lot of sense. But I get it. I mean, the rest of the board, you got to point finger. I do this too, right? I do this a lot. You got to point fingers somewhere else to show a threat. Otherwise, they will look at you as a threat and focus efforts that way. So.
Yeah, and when I come in, I don't really have the energy to do much but figure out my immediate situation. So I'm not really clear on the board history, and I come in, everybody's talking about this Asian triple, right? And I'm like, okay, so these guys are like ironclad. Because I don't really know. I didn't realize so little had actually happened because I'm also not familiar with the variant. And I'm a little rusty at this point because I had not played this in a while. So I'm kind of just muddling by a little bit, just kind of getting my training wheels out, I guess. But yeah, so I think you guys are a lot closer than it actually is evident looking at things later.
Yeah.
But so I'm an easy convert to the anti-triple cause and seeing it as like the biggest board threat ever.
Yeah.
Even though it's really not.
And to be
But
fair,
it's a threat to me.
It is a big threat to you, for sure. It's just as far as like your whole East could go away if they flipped Inuit, or there's just you've reinforced well, or the last Russia did, but like if this cooperation keeps going and we're making gains, or at least Ching's making gains, even this turn when you're trying to get me to do something, I'm like, no, I'm good. You guys duke it out. I'm just gonna sit here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like, why would you want to poke the Ching here? It doesn't make any sense.
No.
I'm just trying to see what I can do to get you to do it, and none of the arguments are particularly good.
Yeah,
So-
but I appreciate the press, and I'm like, oh, if they're talking to me like this, then while they're talking to a brick wall right now, I'm sure other players they're talking to are very receptive to the arguments. So
You do at least respond in a thoughtful way, and it gives me something to feed off of. So I don't really do this to everybody, but I just have a lot of thoughts, and I like to get them out there. And people see that as pushy, but really I'm just kind of trying almost a lot of times when I'm not sure what side I want to pick between like 2 people, for example, I will kind of just advocate for that side to myself and make those arguments to that person and then decide later if that makes sense.
yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm doing with you and also with Ching. Like, I try not to be lying when I'm doing that much press. It's more that I'm a little delusional and I'm trying to convince myself that this makes sense and that it can work. And then I'll kind of putting down everything I can think of that is pro this like pairing and
Oh
then
yeah.
go from there. And
Well,
maybe this is universal to everybody, but this is just kind of what I do.
yeah. Let's give the people some moves. These are your first moves, so we'll let you start with
Yeah.
your thoughts.
Yeah, so before these moves, I'm kind of talking to Sweden and Poland in the West. I guess I want to start in the West.
Hmm.
I tell Sweden, oh, all right, I'll help you hold Riga. You're fighting Poland. And I tell Poland, oh, I'll help you take Riga. And then I decide which makes more sense to me. And I kind of just I like Sweden's position with me a little more. And I just think Poland kind of has to go, in my view. I don't really have that much um, knowledge of the variant, but I just feel like if I give Poland an inroad into Sweden, we're gonna end up fighting. And I feel like I can potentially turn Sweden a little more into Central and Western Europe than I could get Poland to totally leave me alone. So I think that it's good to have Sweden in my debt by helping to hold Riga and then kind of go from there. I like the cut of their jib, I guess. I think that the first Sweden there is a sub leader. The first Sweden we get along pretty well. Not really any nonsense from them. They're pretty straight to the point, and clearly I can trust them because they do what they say. But why wouldn't they?
I agree with that completely. Sweden is still, I follow the stats, and PD, who is playing our Athapaska, shout out, makes some amazing graphs and some more numbers crunching of the variant. So that's really cool. Sweden is still the only power, as of, I don't know, what is it today, June 20th something, that has never been in an impunity across any of the map versions, all the way back to A1. There's a few powers that have only won once or twice, but Sweden has never won. And to that point exactly, right? It's like, well, if you sided with Poland over Sweden, Sweden doesn't have a lot of options except to attack Poland, you, or England early on, right?
Yeah.
And these fleets, as Russia, you're always happy to see a ton of fleets in here because they don't
Oh, for
bother you.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you there's more opportunities, I think, to get some anti-Polish feelings than to really get some anti-Swedish feelings from the neighbors besides Poland, especially with England not being super aggressive or tactically sound. I think I'd make the same decision you did here.
Yeah, and another factor that went into this is I am able to have good talks with the Ottomans,
Oh,
and they are like, all right, I'll help you against Poland. And I'm like, well, all right. I mean, if I have Sweden and the Ottomans both wanting to help me against Poland, that's what I'm gonna do.
yep.
And I asked them to tap Jassy with Targoviste. They don't do it. Otherwise, I would have gotten Kiev this year, which would have been really awesome.
Mhm.
But as you can see um, in the south, this relationship with Ottomans does not last because I decide I need to stick with the Safavids here. I like the Ottoman player. I like their press, and the Safavids are kind of a person of few words,
Mhm.
and I don't like that a whole lot. So I'm a little worried because they had also cored Uzgen in the last phase,
Mhm.
and that was not communicated on either of our sides. I asked the old Russia, who was in my void pretty active for a little while, and he said no, that was not agreed upon. So that kind of got me a little nervous. But based on the board state, I knew I really could not afford to go against the Safavids here. I mean, I've got a fleet in the Black Sea already. I'm really open to them. If I try to like do anything, I have to compromise my position in Asia, which is already tenuous. So it's really just a non-starter. But I do manage to convince the Ottomans that I'm on their side. So I help the Safavids into Trebizond here and kind of just cut them off with the at the Black Sea so that that succeeds, just to give them a dot and make them like me early.
Yeah, you may not love the
Um,
press, but you love the moves. And that's always great as a sub, is you can come in and go, "Oh, did my predecessor kick you out of Tbilisi? Oh,
yeah,
that's bygones. I don't know anything about that. Let's work together."
yeah, I do that with Poland and the
Yeah.
Ottomans.
Yeah.
I'm like, I think to Poland, I'm like, oh, I think my predecessor might have made a mistake here. I don't know if I really want to continue this line. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem that great to me, and they buy it.
Yep.
And the Ottomans buy the same thing because, they want to. So,
Yep.
so that's what I do. Good early moves against them both. Safavids are looking pretty strongly with me. They're moving off me when they didn't necessarily have to.
Yep.
Um, let's see. The East, I am trying very hard to get the Qing off me. I'm like, Qing, you're not really going to get much. I have a lot of armies out here. You can maybe get Yakutsk, but after that, I'm gonna have armies in like Yenisei, Tamir, I think this one's called in the north. This one that's not colored in, and I'm just gonna be able to hold you at this point, and you're never gonna get anywhere, especially if the Ming doesn't help you. And I don't know if they're going to. I'm trying to kind of sow a little bit of something between you guys, but it doesn't really work out. We're kind of just doing some tactics that get neither of us anywhere.
Yeah, you get to
And
advance, right? Like that's helpful. You get another one on Burati, you got 3 on Turfan now. I think this was my first move where I was like, oh, the Qing aren't going to be a strong enough force against Russia.
no, and
Yeah.
they stab the Inuit here as well, which is great for me. I'm so happy to see this. Because as
Yeah.
soon the Inuit convoy in at the same time,
Yeah.
and I'm like, great. Hey Inuit, let's be friends. And then we're friends. And the Inuit, oh man, let me tell you, I love this guy. The Inuit are such a class act. The whole game, we're just really tight. Or
See,
at least most of the game.
I don't talk to them much early because I know basically anything I tell them is going to be a lie, and I don't need to lie to the Inuit for Qing and Tokugawa. And so I'm not going to volunteer lies and ruin some future relationship. I did not expect them to go as hard against the Inuit. I really wanted Qing. I mean, I wasn't telling them what to do, of course. Their moves are their moves. But this whole like I'm fighting Russia, and now I'm also going to go fight the Inuit. They do have support. It didn't do well for me. They must have thought it was the best move at the time, but I wasn't a big fan.
I don't know if maybe they had something with Toku and they were going to go in on them together. I assume that's the case based on just what happens in the future and their moves here.
Yeah,
I didn't really inspect their press very closely, but
yeah, they go
so
to
it's not the
Gulf
worst
and
decision.
yeah.
It's not the worst decision for them, but at the same time, if I'm Qing here and I'm fighting this Russian position, I really do want the Inuit to help me out. So
I don't think they expect the army convoy. Like, I don't think you stab knowing another army is going to be on the Asian continent. But
yeah.
Cool. Anything else on your moves before I kind of switch down to the south?
Nope, I don't think so.
This turned out to be, reading press and also just my own thoughts at the end of the game, an extremely pivotal year for me, and what really leads to a 2 or 3 years of just me scrambling. And I'll kind of walk through what happens to explain that I did not stab the Mughals here. I can make my case, and you know.
Okay.
So we're not in a good fight against Ayutthaya. They're doing an extremely good job defending here. I don't get enough good vibes from Portugal, Spain. I've already kind of started to feel like there's too much cooperation going on between the colonials, specifically Portugal, Spain, and the Netherlands. And so I don't think I can really trust what's happening here. And at the end of the day, I realize how far out of position my fleets are, and how if I'm going to focus away from my Asian friends, I really do have to get this pre-core open sooner than later. If I take it this year, I can build in it next year. So I say to myself, Fan Rang isn't holdable. I convince Portugal that I'm going to bounce them in Macau, and that I don't, so that I can take Hainan and also get the neutral. So go +1 here. Plus I get the 2 neutrals. So the big move that shakes a lot of things up was Mughals told me when we were planning out our strategy that they were going to use Bay of Bengal to support Ava to Pegu. And the way the moves turned out, that would have been 3-on-3, and we would have bounced, and I would have kept Ava. without telling me, they say, oh, I was going to tap Andaman C in case, I forget what they said, in case something. So in case it was supporting Pegu, I think was the thought, right? That Andaman C and like these two could support Pegu. I'm like, well, that's not what we agreed on. And
I was not aware of this.
yes. And I had to go back and like really understand. I'll explain more, but it'll be very funny when you hear my side. But so they didn't do what they said. It was still helpful, possibly, but not helpful in the way that we had agreed tactics-wise. And so, just seeing if anything else is interesting. Oh, and I think I'm getting Formosa. I'm like, great. Toku's on my side. I got 2. They have to retreat. Even if they retreat, surely they're not going to build Formosa. They see the writing on the wall. Spain's not helping them. Toku and Ming are against them. They just need to give up on Formosa like every good Dutch player should, right? Okay.
Of course.
So yes, stabbing Portugal, lying to Portugal to get the pre-core. Mughals don't do what they said they would do, even though it wasn't a stab on me. It cost me a dot, and that's it for the move. So in retreats, the Dutch retreat here. I'm like, oh great, I'm going to see Fleet Formosa because they are growing so big everywhere else. No one else seems to be fighting the Dutch, and they have the spare build to just cause me trouble. And I think this is the phase I also realized what a pain in the ass Formosa is on this map, where you're like, okay, East China Sea doesn't touch it. If they have one in Luzon and one in Formosa, until I can get another fleet to do something to help me, I can't take Formosa, and that's annoying. Anyway, so the important move here is the Mughals, by not doing what they said, lost me Ava, and I said, hey, I'm going to retreat to Bamo because you and me are still fighting Ayutthaya. This is a setback. We wanted to get further in the second year than we did, but you're like, me having an army here saves a phase from you building something here and trying to push through this small area. And guess what? As part of this retreat to Bamo, I'm letting you know that I'm getting Ayutthaya to build a fleet instead of 2 more armies, considering they're mainly getting attacked by our armies. Spain did take Nakhon, so like they are worried about the ocean. They probably would have built the fleet anyways, but I'm pitching to Mughals. I'm saying I've got to go here, so I can also build Kunming, and then we have a better position. It's not even great, but I'm not trying to stab the Mughals. I tell them what I'm doing, and tell them what I'm getting out of Ayutthaya by doing it, and I'm telling them I will give them back Bamo as soon as we can push forward.
Well, regardless, they are not happy with you. I'll tell you that much.
Oh my gosh, reading through the press, multiple people were like, oh, Ming just stabbed, Ming just stabbed. I'm like, really? Yep. Like, is it even that good of a stab? They're still building. They're like, man, if I want to stab you, I want it to be brutal. I don't want this like 1-dot retreat stab. That's no fun. Like, I told them all this. But yeah,
well, I don't care.
Yes.
I'll take what I can get.
Excellent.
And yeah, I immediately go to Mughals and I'm like, hey dude, so the Ming, right? And they're not happy. They're like, yeah, I'll work with you. We should take Turfan. And I'm like, I would love that. And we agree that it makes most sense positionally for me to go into Turfan. Because if he goes into there with Yarkand, he's kind of just left high and dry. He can't defend if the Safavids decide they just want to walk into it. And it's just better for me. So sure, I will take the free dot. Thank you. And that will happen soon.
Oh yeah, we should. Netherlands, Spain, Portugal. This is the other reason I'm worried is 2 years in, I don't want to see them all up there and apparently cooperating everywhere. Now I am in 4th, so I'm not play the world's smallest violin, right? But yeah. It's still so early. None of this matters that much. But I'm starting to see them cooperating extensively across multiple theaters, and also not only cooperating in the near term, which is what I would argue the Asian Triple was doing, but they have room to grow together very well. And so I'm just looking down the road going, this could be a problem. And it's also going to impact my trying to grow south. So builds, before you and Mugles get all chummy, Army Cobble, poor Mugles is like, Ayutthaya knew they were stabbing, and once they put down this, I'm like on the last 2 days of my trip, or like flying back during this time, and they tell me this is anti-England, and I'm like, you liar, that's
What?
why are you building in Kabul? Unless you're worried about Safavid, maybe, but because I knew you two have been working together, so I'm like, okay, maybe you build up there because you need something against this, but no, that's not anti-England. Don't try to tell me that.
Why do you even bother with that?
Right?
That's not going to convince anybody, but hey, you do you.
Here's the sad thing. I still don't think they're stabbing me, because I have laid out the plan and I'm on board, and that retreat was totally justified until you reach out to me 2 to 3 hours before the spring moves. And you, like, offhand were like, of course you know the Mugles are really angry at you. I'm like, I don't know that at all.
Shit.
You tipped me off.
I tend to say a little more than I need to.
Oh my
think
gosh.
that's just a pattern of how I play. I like to gossip.
Yep.
And I can't help it.
So I changed all of my moves here this is probably the most stressful phase, because it's like an hour before deadline, and little did I realize, it would probably get extended, because almost every move got extended. But I'm like, oh shoot, if Mugles are attacking me, what do I need to do? So we'll go to the next phase to show moves. So like, and I still don't want to attack them. I'm like, no, I really want the Bugles on side. So I just self-bounce here and defend in case they had talked to Ayutthaya to go for Bamo. So that was a last-minute change. As good as I could defend against it, I felt like, with short notice. And thank you for telling me that.
Well, you're very welcome.
I have another thing to thank you for later, I know about, but that was the first thank you.
Yeah, I tend to run my mouth a little bit. I just like it. I feel like a pattern of my play, at least in this game. I don't know if it's just because this is how I am, or if it's because I hadn't played in a while, but I tend not to do the most intelligent thing all the time. I like to do things that I find personally interesting and fun a lot of the time. And we will get to a couple of those inflection points later where I feel like I messed up. But we're not at any of those yet. It's just that one part of that is that I like to talk to people.
Oh yeah.
And
no, go ahead.
I guess I tipped you off a little bit. I thought it was obvious, but because the Mughals were not happy, and I was like, okay, so clearly they've made it clear that they're not happy to you, but that was not the case.
No, I mean, I was suspicious of Kabul, but I didn't think it was against me until even when they said it was anti-England. I'm like, okay, maybe they're just not the best player, or have some big brain strategy, or. But you were mentioning you were talking about something else. And you're like, and the Mugles, of course, are upset with you. I'm like, oh no. So trying to, and I can finish my moves off here before talking about your great work in getting this flip to happen with the Mugles, and how you guys are planning to work together. But one thing I will point out is this doesn't work for reasons you'll see later. No matter how secure of an alliance you think you have, and the reason I leave Hanyang and I've moved down is because I realized I need more fleets down here. And I just can't afford to sit up here when the two of them can work together at any moment to take that out. But what this does is, if one person wants to stab you and doesn't tell the other person, they can give that other person a free dot right? By just not bouncing. And then the other person is like, well, I got a dot out of it. I mean, if I'm looking at picking sides, I already got a dot. So don't do this.
Yeah.
But this was just a product of not realizing how difficult this area would be. I'm making moves to eliminate Macau because these Portuguese fleets, I realized since I stabbed, are just going to be a bother until they're gone. And then the Dutch did build Formosa because they had so many builds, and now I can't do anything here either. And I'm not going to convince Portugal to tap Luzon, and Spain didn't talk to me much, but never committed to tapping Luzon, just kind of ignored me. So that was last minute defense, trying to clean up this area and get down here, and also realizing that Qing's not doing enough against you. And so
yeah, they kind of just let me in here,
right?
and I have a pretty good line, especially since the Inuit are now friends with me. I can kind of just hang out pretty much in perpetuity. And I tell them this. I basically say the most you're ever going to get from me is Yakutsk unless the Ming can help you, and they have their own problems. They just want you fighting me. The Ming have a lot of enemies. You should just go south. And I don't know if it works in the near term. I don't know if they listen to me after this phase, but they do eventually. And I mean, I think it's pretty clear why. I mean, they can't do anything to me.
Yep, they can't. And I was hoping it would take them longer to realize that and just continue to hold you here, but clearly that didn't work. And in fact, by this point, I think I'm talking to you so much and realizing that Qing isn't really the person I need to keep happy, or at least neutral. It's you that I need to keep neutral, and that the power dynamic has already shifted quite a bit here. And so I think I leak this. I say Qing's,
yes, you do.
Yeah, I say Qing's doing an interesting convoy. I don't even think I tell you it's going quite directly here, but you guys did figure that out.
Yeah, I passed that on to Inuit, I believe, and it leads to evens being taken, I believe, because, well, I think what I imply is that C of Okhotsk or whatever that is there might be involved in the convoy as well. So evens might be undefended. So they go for it and they get it, and then I go to Qing and I say, "Hey, Ming told me that you convoyed, that you were going to convoy." So I told Inuit, and they took evens as a result, and they were like, okay. I don't know if that ever really moved the needle on them, but they do start listening to me a little more after this. So thank you.
Well, at this point, I'm like, I also felt that like Qing was very happy with me, thought I was a strong player, was not ready to go to war with me, even with all this issues going on. And so while they weren't focused on you like I wanted, they were very focused away from me. And I was happy enough with that. But obviously I've got to be nicer to the person with 3 units on one of my dots versus someone who's a year plus away, you know? And
yeah,
so
I remember you were mad at me after I take Turfin.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, what am I supposed to do?
No. I think I even said, I'm like, man, you had 3 dots. I mean, you had 3 units on it. I can't blame you for that. Come on. I'm clearly not putting enough resources up here to back my my words. And so why I'm not going to puff up my chest over this when that's I screwed Russia out of a dot year 1. You take this. That's very fair. Yeah.
Now we're even, sort of.
Now we're even-ish.
I don't know.
But so with the Mugals, I think this was pretty easy cooperation, and I realized there was a lot of, you'll have to give me your actual thoughts, because reading through press, it seems like you're doing what a good Russia should and constantly playing everyone off against each other.
Yeah, pretty much. I do identify Mugals pretty early when I join as like a good strategic ally in case I ever need them against the Safavids or against you. Just because the Mugals can never really do a whole lot to me without going through somebody else first. Just positionally, like the most they can threaten me with is Yarkand for a long time. They'd have to take Uzgan off the Safavids to ever threaten like Turkestan or something like that. So I'm not really that worried about them. They're pretty friendly. I like them as somebody to talk to as a player. So they're kind of like my backup against the Safavids. But the Safavids are kind of like my main guy at this point, and we're kind of just continuing our attack on the Ottomans essentially. Um, this phase, not much to really talk about. It's just tactic stuff. I'm helping Sweden against Poland, just tactic stuff. Haven't really changed much there. I do go into the Greenland Sea with Spitsbergen, and I can't remember why I do that, but England is like, "Hey, why do you do that?" And I'm like, "I don't know, take a wild guess." But because I'm kind of at this point with Sweden, we're getting along very well, and I tell them, my fleet will basically do whatever you want as long as you don't like start poking at Spitsbergen,
Mhm.
and they're happy. They're happy to command my fleet to go to the Greenland Sea. I don't actually know what they want me to do with it yet. They're not very clear, but I just do it, and then England is like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Talk to Sweden."
It's kind
So
of tough, right? Because if they want this fleet to do anything and they actually do like you, it still has to go here. So you still have to be worried to some degree. I guess it's just one dot, but it's,
yeah,
yeah.
I want to keep it. I don't want to antagonize them, so I'm happy to just play along with whatever they want me to do.
Yeah. More righteous fury here, seeing France hold all of.
What what is this?
I made a meme. I took a screenshot of this and then a screenshot of this area 3 years later, and it is completely gone. It's destroyed by everybody. I'm like, see, this
Yeah,
is what
France is
happens.
gone.
Yeah, when you do this, when you like, oh my gosh, they're getting a bounce in English. Like, commit, do something. I was once. I think this was my final. Like, oh, okay, France and England are kind. Oh my gosh, kind of useless. Just not, and they're fighting
Oh,
each
good.
other. It's like two useless players fighting each other, and
Good Lord, what are all these holds? I've never
yeah,
seen so many holds before.
yeah, that's
And I do
it's
hear a lot of press about this, but I'm trying to focus on my own stuff, so I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to what France is doing. I just kind of look over a little later in the game and they're gone, and I'm like, oh, all right, they're gone.
yep. I mean, they held more than half their units this turn, and this is 2 years in. I'm like, do something, please. Um, yeah, that was. I think that's all. Oh, at this point, I'm like, man, I've really angered everyone, and it. I'm feeling kind of petty just because it's like, okay, we have a really weak England and France, so the other colonials are going to thrive. I'm
Yeah.
seeing just great cooperation just everywhere here in Indonesia the whole time, where no one's Spain, Portugal, and the Dutch aren't really attacking each other or doing anything. And Toku has decided they don't want to mess with Spain. So I'm not going to get any help in Philippine Sea to help break Formosa. They are really committed to helping Qing against Inuit.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, I'm glad you two aren't attacking me, but the fact you guys are probably talking a lot more than I am with you two because you two are coordinating attacks makes me feel in the triple setup. It's not that I'm the weak link, but I'm just the less familiar, less useful link in whatever they're trying to do.
Yeah, you don't want to be the odd man out in
Yeah.
this situation, or they come towards you once they've concluded their business in the north.
Yep. And like with Toku not wanting to do anything against Spain, we really have no more opportunity to coordinate. And then me and Ching barely do. They do offer a support here, but it's not looking terrific. And I didn't want the Mughals to attack, of course. But
Hmm.
see retreats that matter. Yeah, I get kicked out, and I go to Yugoslav because if the Mughals are against me, this just provides a few more options and obstacles rather than retreating back here. I don't try to
Yep.
retreat back unless I have to, so just trying to put up a line further ahead of my dots than behind it.
Yep. No complaints with that retreat. That makes sense for you.
Yep. And then you don't have any retreats because you're awesome. In fact, two fleets on Black Sea forcing out. Yeah.
Feels so good. Feels so good to have the Black Sea. I love it.
Oh gosh, yes.
I
That
didn't really
was.
talk about my builds last year, but
Oh, go
I
ahead.
think I
Sorry.
built like A Moscow and F Bekhtesisarai or whatever this is, and
Hmm.
I feel real good about that because I can just kick the Ottomans out of the Black Sea, which I do. Then it's mine forever. Um, got more armies for helping Sweden against Poland. I even get Sweden to kind of position their armies in front of mine. As you can see in Riga and Smolensk, I'm like, Sweden, why don't you go to Smolensk so that they're not like behind me bordering Novgorod later.
Yep.
And then I get them into Wilno, I think, later on, and then I fought into Smolensk, and then I'm very safe right now, and I feel great.
Yeah, when I was playing Ottomans, I did ally with Russia for most of the game after an early Safavid stab, and that was the only condition was don't build a fleet back. In fact, at some point I want this dot from you just so it's not an option. And because it's the same thing with Caspian Sea, right? Like fleets in these two bodies of water are so committal that there's no, you can explain an army away, like, oh, it can move east or west or south, but when you put fleets down, there's only so much you can do with them. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I first get here, I've already got the fleet in the Black Sea, so I'm just like, I guess I'm doing this because what else am I gonna do with it? Like
Yep.
have Ottomans pop it in however long from now? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Whew.
And then I believe it's fall.
Yeah, we're in fall of 45, so if you want to start, go ahead.
Yep, I'll start. Um, let's see. It looks like in the north, Sweden is coming down, so they tell me to fill into Norwegian Sea, which I'm very happy to do. Having a fleet in Norwegian Sea, I'm not going to complain about that being next to Trondheim
Nope.
and kind of having that little knife over them, that little like, I don't know, the like sword of Damocles or whatever over them right there. Like I'll keep that. That sounds great to me. Help them into, I'll help them take Wilno. I kind of tap Kursk into Kiev because I know I'm not taking Kiev this year. Just positioning, go for Ochakiv, which I do take. I don't know why the Ottomans move away from me here. I think this will come up later, but Austria, I think at this point has royally pissed off the Ottomans. Like the Ottomans fucking hate this guy.
Oh no.
So I am happy to just take Ochakiv. I don't understand why they move away because the Ottomans won't really tell me why they're mad at the Austrians, but I'm happy to succeed in that move. Kind of just hanging out with the Safavids there. Not much to report on. Kind of just waiting around, I guess, holding it in case they decide to stab me. I don't know. I can't really remember how things go. I've moved out of Turkestan at this point, and Uzgen really makes me nervous. But Safavids are happy to just hang out and not even core, and I'm very happy with them, and
Oh.
this makes me really trust them.
This is infuriating.
Yeah. I'm like, thanks, dude. This is great. I can't wait to repay the favor.
Yeah. I don't even think I go try to talk to them just because I'm like, when I see all this, I'm like, even if they would turn around to stab Russia, they're a year away from anything. There's no
great.
stab on you at all. It's great.
It's
Yep.
great. It's so good. Helping the Mughals against you here as we come over. Okay, so this is the year where I'm really pushing hard. Like, Ching, let's just make peace. Neither of us are getting anywhere. I'll even take the first step and I will move out of Buryatia here. I'll move back to Bratsk. You don't have to do anything, just please don't follow me, and then we'll go from there. They don't follow me, and I'm like, great, you're a good guy. Let's figure this out. Um, and then we'll see where things go from here. But I'm very happy to see that they haven't followed me because genuinely, I really don't want to be fighting with them. I do tell them like, oh, I want these armies to go west, which like I am thinking about stabbing the Safavids already at this point.
Hmm.
But it's kind of just something I'm saying because what else do I say?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I'm going west. Like, it's that, or I say I'm gonna hang out on the border with all my units and do nothing, which is dumb. So I'm not going to say that I'm going to do that. But basically, trying to make peace with the Qing. Qing are fighting Inuit. It's a big mess over there. I'm sort of staying out of that for the most part. Happy to let them kind of fight it out so that I can try to make peace with the Qing. I'm telling them like, hey, you need to go south against Ming, or you're never going to get anywhere, and you're going to die a slow, painful death. I told them that when I first got in too, but they didn't quite believe me back then, and I still think that might have been true, but it wasn't as convincing at that board state. Beyond that, pretty much just holding Turfan down and kind of just hanging out.
Yeah, this is the first red flag for me of like, oh,
Yep.
they're talking. And I know Russia's talking to them. You were pretty open to me about like, I am trying. Qing, I don't know what magic you have over Qing, but they do not want
Yeah.
to attack you. I'm like,
Mhm.
well, I see that you're taking steps to defuse that situation to a point where they could be happy to attack me, and the fact that Qing
Mhm.
doesn't follow you is troublesome or bothersome.
Yep, it's great. Because I mean,
uh,
I do tell them, even if you do follow me, sure, you can get Yakutsk, but I'm going to have a line that is basically ironclad in Taimyr, Yenisei, and Bratsk here, and you're gonna have to commit like 3 or something units just to hold Yakutsk, and it's a waste of your time to try to even hold it because I can just sit here and attack it every turn. And you have to spend a bunch of units just to hold it forever. So I think that is kind of what might start pushing them over the edge. It's just like in a board state sense, it doesn't really work out for them.
no, and the
And that
fact
I
that
push that
you,
hard.
yeah, I think if I'm Qing, I'm also looking at, well, my help just disappeared. Turfan got taken, Gobi moved back to cover. I don't have any support on this side, so
Do
there's,
we agree to move you out of Gobi at this point, or do you just do that of your own volition? I can't remember.
I do it of my own volition because I'm worried about Turfan diving for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I can't remember if we talked about it or not. I assume we weren't really talking in earnest at this point.
No, I don't think at this exact turn that we are saying anything productive to each other.
No, not really.
Yep, and all of this, like, to your credit, played mass. I mean, just an amazing way to play it, because I did not expect the retreat to Bamo to cause all this, and it's cost me a lot of momentum and a lot of alliance instability for sure. Because I don't
I
really
will
want
say
to.
I
Go
didn't know
ahead.
how you pitched it. Sorry
Oh
to
yeah,
interrupt, but I
the
will
retreat.
say
Yeah.
I didn't know that you had pitched it like this to the Mughals, and I think that if I was the Mughals, I maybe would have listened to you. Um, so maybe it wasn't as silly of a decision on your part as it seemed from the outside. But yeah, it definitely did not work out for you. You
And
can continue, sorry.
if I'm Mugals, I don't know if they quite played it like this, but I would play it as a stab too, because you saw, like, oh, we didn't make any progress against Ayutthaya in that second year, and I don't really see us making a lot of progress. So if they're going to retreat to my dot and I can flip my alliance structure, because I'm sure Mugals have been getting pressure to go from you and maybe from some others to attack the Ming, Ayutthaya, of course, and probably some colonials. That was a perfect opportunity to play it off as a big stab or a stab of some kind, and then flip. So I don't blame them. I didn't see it as as a big stab,
Mhm.
but global perception just kind of, all I did was Control F Ming and look through the 1,000 or so times it got used, and the general consensus was he's stab happy, right? He stabbed Russia year one. The Dutch he stabbed, though I think that one wasn't as talked about just because it was a coin flip on who you go with.
Yeah.
They stabbed Ayutthaya immediately. Now they stab Mughals, and I've isolated myself to a degree, but I'm not taking 100% blame. There was definitely forces at work.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything interesting. I have to do this too on Formosa now to prevent Luzon from helping Portugal over here.
Hmm.
So now I have to do this, and I'm not getting any help against Spain, so it's a very hard line, and I hate it. Hate it so much.
Yeah, this this sucks for you.
Because no
I
one's
would hate
helping me.
this too. Yeah, you're all alone.
I think I have a note. Yeah, this is the phase. I have a note. I can't get any of Spain, Netherlands, or Portugal to help against each other, and I don't want to anger Qing or Toku. And so it's just a quagmire. And I went to all three of these and realized, oh, if they all three know I'm pitching to them and they've worked together, they'll tell each other, like, hey, he's trying to pitch me. For the record, I was completely ready to go against Toku at any moment that I could get Formosa. I told Spain this: if you help me get Formosa, we go anti-Toku. I told the Dutch this: if you let me have Formosa, I'll help against Spain and Toku. I just did not want hostile or even an allied fleet this close to looking at it, it's not even that terrible. They have to move into the strait and then up, and like it's not a direct stab. I just didn't want them on my coastline like this. I wanted to clear out of this area and either go against Philippines or Toku, and neither the Dutch nor the Spanish are receptive to that plan, either helping me take Formosa or giving me Formosa respectively. And it's partly just because I look around and I'm like, well, they're cooperating great here. They're cooperating against the weak colonials in the Caribbean. Portugal and Dutch are working against a weak Congo. They're coordinating well in Indonesia. Like there was just so many fronts that in a vacuum, if this is a regional triangle here, I think one of them would have worked with me, but with everything else going on the board, I got basically a hard no from all three of them. So
Yeah, I think I am starting to identify at this point how much of an issue this might be.
yeah.
But Russia is in a position where, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
I kind of, being friendly with Sweden is good for hurting the Netherlands, so I'm happy to do that. That's just another reason to work with them. And killing the Qing, I mean, it does get the colonials. It lets you and Toku focus on the colonials just to not have the Qing at your back, but then I'm at your back, so it doesn't really matter that much. And it's just like, I feel like as Russia, when the colonials are like this, the best thing you can do is die quickly.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So what do I do? You know, it sucks, but it's just I have to play the game. So
Yeah, I would have been way more frustrated as you not being able to basically, like you said, you can work with against the Dutch here, but you have almost zero influence on the rest of the colonial game, besides hurting people fighting them. Yeah.
It sucks. I hate it the whole time. I'm like, I think near this point, I don't even really want to mess with you anymore because I know what the service you and Toku are providing. But we can move forward because this is a later conversation.
Very true. Yep, that's all I got for this fall. Retreats. Yeah, I have to retreat back. That's my only retreat. That all looks fine. And then I do maneuver. Oh no, this wasn't. Was this technically blown up? I did try to blow it up. No, they could have retreated to Guanxi, but they sorry, the maps are different sizes. That's why. So they do disband that. I think they needed the build somewhere else, or I forget the reason, but they do keep a fleet here to be annoying.
Yeah, it's not really productive for them to have a fleet there anyway. So I kind of get it.
Oh yeah, if you retreat here, it just gets blown up next year. So
yeah, it doesn't do much.
Spring. Oh, into the leaderboard after 3 years. Portugal starts to slip off, and I'm making a big deal about this to them. I'm saying, hey, you're the odd man out. Yeah, you are not going to be able to sustain. Netherlands and Spain will kick you out eventually. Of course, I stabbed them, so I'm their sworn enemy or something.
It's hard to convince them in that situation. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't believe what you're telling me because you just kicked me out of my position, and that's completely fair. I did so. It's tough to argue against them there. I did pick Portugal as my first choice next time, and I'm very excited to see how to handle Macau, because it dies in so many, basically every variant. It's like, how do you keep it around, or how do you make it useful? I got some thoughts, but I'll keep them to myself. But
yeah, I did sign up for the next round. I was debating whether or not I really wanted to, because by the end of this, I was very tired of it. But I didn't pick any preference. I figured I'm okay with whatever. So
nice. We always need the scrap players, so that's very good.
I'll probably get some crappy positions somewhere and then die and whatever. It'll be fun to play it though.
I was still neutral this year, which after the stab I wasn't upset by. Yeah. So, but you have 2 builds, and you go army and army.
Yep, I need more against Poland. I can't remember why I build Verkuturier here.
Yeah, this is so. Maybe this is just
a strange one.
Maybe it's like, oh, I don't really want to commit. Yeah.
I think I'm hedging my bets here.
Yep.
because I'm trying not to scare the Qing, but if they come after me, I want to have the army able to go through the tundra and get to that front. But if they are good with me, I can kind of move it anywhere really. I can go down south. I think it's Oh, you know what? This is coming back to me. I told SAFs I was going to do this because I was totally open on their front. I didn't like it. And somehow this is not a red flag to them. I think I tell them I'm going to go to Turkestan with it. And so the Mughals, if we stab them later, can't retreat into Turkestan.
Yeah.
That's what I tell them.
Yep.
We'll see if that's how I play it. But
Yeah, and
and I get them
Mughal.
to build a fleet here, the Safavids. This is very important because they are committing hard against Portugal here and Arabia. And I'm like, oh, baby. This looks real good for me if I want to stab them here, seeing this fleet, because they have almost nothing.
Yeah, there was a
And we'll
couple
see what happens.
couple of players in this game that, like, when they picked an ally, they really picked an ally. Like, I love alliance play, but I'm going to keep you honest. I'm not going to leave this
Yep.
much undefended, but I saw Spain with the Dutch at one point just shared all of their moves, the entire move set, and we'll get to that.
Wow.
But also here, it's like Safavids really wanted to commit to you. I don't even think this is super beneficial. Like, this is such a choke point that
Yeah.
I don't even think this helps them that much. I mean, I guess a little bit, but I'd rather push this out with an army or something than build a fleet here next year. So
Yeah, and they're committing to me so hard that I feel bad and maybe even dumb doing what I'm about to do to them. But also dots, I can get like a lot of dots here off
oh
of
yeah,
them if I just they tell me please convoy Tbilisi away with Sea of Azov and then we can have a good undefended border with each other and I'm like that sounds wonderful. And then we'll see what I do. But we can talk about other builds after that.
yeah. I don't think. Oh, this is a big build. Yeah. So if you moving out of Bharati and not being followed wasn't enough, army Shengjing.
Yeah, I think I tell them to do that,
Yep.
or they agree to do it, and then and because you didn't build, it's a lot easier to tell them, hey, Ming aren't building. Why don't you go put an army down and we'll get to business? And they're like, sure.
Yep, they're on board with you here. And I reach out and they send me one message, some poor explanation why, because they said something, half-heartedly about attacking you or the Inuit. I'm like, well, Halinpo is a way better province for every possible scenario. There's just zero reason this is anything but anti-Ming.
Yep, it's pretty clear. The writing's on the wall at this point.
And
This
then
is
they
when I
go,
have them.
then they go radio silent, and I get nothing from them.
I think you even telling me this
Yep.
that they went radio silent, and I'm like, because I think around this point, it's either this phase or maybe the fall or I don't know. It's soon, but I start warming up to you because I've identified like, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's a strong player. I like talking to him. The first Qing Hobbit, I believe, didn't talk all that much, and I didn't think working with them would be incredibly interesting, I guess. I like to do things that are interesting. And also, just in general, in this position, I want Qing to be dead at some point. And now that I can move them south into you, now you also want them dead. And finally, we can pop them and
Yeah.
just be rid of them. And that's kind of my angle. But maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
No, it's a very good point. Is basically when you started talking to me, I'm like, I don't really want to interact with you. I want you and Qing to, like, I have like one outpost over here. I'm not focused that way for growth, so I don't see with me being allied with Qing, we're gonna really be able to work together anywhere productive. Like, our next neighbor is the Mughals, and there's just not enough dots here that I really care that much. Plus, you're allied with Safavid, so I'm like, well, if I push into Mughals with Russia, Mughals who I need something to happen down here to not piss off the Mughals. Safavid and Russia are just gonna, if I go to Yarkand or get supported in Yarkand, they're just gonna take me out. So our opportunities to work together were limited, but I did like talking to you a ton as for similar reasons, and especially after I saw the last couple of turns. Really, I'm like, oh, I need to flip from really being buddy buddy with Ching to at least having, even if we are frenemies, or you have such a threat on my border. And you're right, what are these armies going to do? It would take years to move them away. You're not building fleets, so there's no convoy chances. So these aren't going away, and I better establish some kind of relationship with you for whatever comes.
Yep.
But we should go into the spring moves.
Spring. Where do we want to start?
Ooh, up to you. You want me to start or you to start?
I started in the spring, so I'll start again, I guess.
Okay.
If we want to start over in the west and work our way east.
Yep.
Not much on the Sweden front. Do I get Kiev this year? I think I do. Sweden's helping me out. As you can see, I could have walked into Riga if I really wanted to. Not that like I would have, but it's just nice to be in that position and to demonstrate trust by going away from that. Sweden and I have a really nice line, I feel like, right now. Everything's going really great. Not much else to say about it. Ottomans continue to not be antagonistic at all towards me. You can see that they are moving Targoviste over against Austria. They're leaving Constantinople. I get in to Constantinople.
Oh my god, their capital.
I'm not trying to get into Constantinople. I just figure that they might attack Ochakiv, so I want to cut any support and make sure they don't do anything weird. And I just walk right into Constantinople, and I'm like, hey, sorry about that.
Wow.
But like, yep. I convoy Bakhchisarai down to Tbilisi as I walk Tbilisi into Derbent, because, I mean, look at that. Like, I'm gonna do it.
Yep.
I have to. It's so good. And I feel terrible because I like the Safavids, and clearly I can trust them. And maybe this is a mistake, but I don't really see it that way. I feel like this gave me a lot of growth that kept my momentum going for a little while. And eventually I do have to pick a side, like Mughals, Safavids, and stuff like that. I don't really know if I can really ally with Safavids forever because they have home centers that can really threaten me. Like Tabriz is just really scary. Caspian Sea, if they get a fleet there, they can start convoying things around and just totally messing with my center. I don't think that long term I really like the idea of them building a bunch of armies or something in the future and walking north, and then I'm just screwed. So I'm like, I need to take this guy down. I have a good opportunity and it'll work really well for me. And that's what I do. Goes well. I move Zaisan over to Turkestan, move Verkaturi down to whatever that is, just so that they can't go to Khiva or really mess with me in retaliation for what I'm doing. Interesting thing that happens, and I think this is one of my first major mistakes, is Safavids are not angry at all. They're like, yeah, I mean, that's fair. I get it that you did that. I'm already so committed to the South that if you limit your gains against me, I will continue to work with you and be your vassal, because there's no way I'm going to win now with this stab. Like, there's no way I can win, so what's the point? And since they've been so trustworthy, I delude myself into thinking that they might actually be doing this.
I'd believe it, yeah.
I learned later that they were always planning to get me coalitioned after this point, which is fair, because I mean, I ruined their game basically with this. Like, it's over for them. But they do a good job. They do a good job convincing me that, hey, if you just walk into me slowly, you should even like build like F Osterkon just to keep me honest.
Oh my
like,
gosh.
Yeah, and I'm like, I mean, it's tempting. It's really tempting. And maybe I should have just totally destroyed them going forward, but I do kind of try to make it work with them, because here's here's the first instance where I do something because I think it might be fun. And of course there are other reasons to do it, but I like to do things that I think will be entertaining. I like the Safavid player. I like to continue talking with them. So I'm like, sure, we'll see where this goes. Maybe it's not the smartest thing in the world, but I want to try it. So that's what I do. I've never had a vassal before. I've not played on a big variant like this. So we'll see where it goes, and that's what I do. So
I don't think it was a bad call. I think you and PD would have a lot to talk about. He, looking through some of his press, especially with Spain, who I really wanted him to stab later, there was that constant back and forth of like, I'll take one dot here, or I'm in position to take this dot, I'm going to take it. But like talking to them the whole time and just slowly eating and helping them, which I think you could have set up, or there's a world where you could have done the exact same thing with Safavid, who clearly, like, I don't think you ruined their game here. I think they sacrificed their own game by leaving themselves that open. You know,
fair enough, I guess.
yeah. Like if you find someone that I think the derogatory term is Care Bear and just will allow a completely open border like this, yeah, you have a good chance at winning because you only have to focus on half of your territory. But no, I mean, a good player will see this like you did and go in. And also, I think Safavid, even if they believe it or not, offering a vassal and trying to, because if they come to you just super angry, that gives you more information than you need, right? They need to. They obviously can't do anything about it. They're even further moving away while you're stabbing them. So anything they can do to even halfway convince you that they are still working with you is probably in their best interest right now.
Yeah, they play that pretty well,
Yeah.
I would say. Another reason I think that this vassalization might work is they have all these fleets, and they can really only go one way, and it's not towards me. So, like, what are you gonna do?
You're right.
You've got all these fleets. I'm like, hey, maybe I'll help you grow with maybe I'll help you grow off the Mughals who have also just moved into you pretty hard. I've been working with the Mughals, telling them, hey, I'm gonna stab the Safavids. You should move in as well, and we'll kind of get going. Make peace with the Ming because at this point I don't really care if they fight you anymore because I think I'm trying to get Gobi, not Gobi. I was just looking at Gobi. I think at this point I've already like sort of committed to I'm going to send the Qing south after Ming and then walk in behind them. So I don't really need you fighting the Mughals anymore because I kind of want you to do all right enough to kill the Qing with me.
Mm-hmm.
So it all kind of lines up in this way. It kind of cascades over that Mughals go towards Safavids, I go towards Safavids, they leave you, you go toward the Qing, I go down toward the Qing, and I think everything is great.
And it is. Like for you, this turn, this is exactly what you want happening. I mean, everyone is kind of reliant on you or worried about your units, and there's really no reason for anyone not to work with you right now, besides Safavid. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic. I feel like everything is going my way. I feel like this is so great.
For my side, the last year, this is the full oh shit mode. I know Qing's about to attack. I'm not making any more gains down here. So the Mughals last fall, there was some half-hearted attacks and whatnot, but I think they really did think that I had stabbed them like in their heart and were ready to turn on me. And then they saw my last spring, the self bounce and like the support holds. Like I didn't make any moves towards them at all. And so we're still talking and relatively friendly, and I still kind of want to keep them on side, especially with your aggression on Turfan and seeing the you and Qing working things out. So we do manage, and I think they were interested in going against. I couldn't keep up with the chat between the three of you guys individually, but I felt good that they weren't going to get a ton of more gains from me. Like maybe they get a dot or two, but then they're still dealing with. So I'm pretty sure they're going to move away. But what I do is I play both sides, kind of. I am allying with the Mughals here, or I'm siding with the Mughals, because what I see is if I can get IU into Sasaram, Mughals have to deal with that and holds them up a little bit here if they're lying to me. And it also is a double benefit because I really want to side with the Mughals, so it gets an army out of position for my attack on IU. So like I've come to IU and said, Mughals have stabbed me, please help. They would love to stop being attacked by me and have less options, I think. And so they're void. They're like, well, Ming will kill me if I don't, so I might as well try it. But the idea here is that I know the IU is going to get blown up here. I'm not going to support them in the fall, and then I can go in on them. I saw that, I think you had told the Mugles of a counter against this, which was tap Bamo and tap Marok. And this wouldn't have gone through if they had just tapped. And
Yeah.
like someone had, I
Yeah,
thought it
I
was you.
tried to help
Yeah.
them out a little bit with
Yeah.
keeping. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that actually. I
hmm
didn't go and reread that bit. I'm glad that you have done a little more homework than I have.
I didn't really
I
see
remember that
that,
now.
but that would have backed all this up, and I think I still could have deceived IU into their dots in the fall, but this was way better. Get this out of the way, and also
Mhm,
um, slow down the Mugles a bit. I didn't really need them
mhm.
growing faster. So
Yeah.
and then yes, this time you did not need to tell me Ching was attacking me or someone was attacking me. I knew the Ching were
Yeah.
coming for me.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent. I mean, they can guarantee pecking here
Yep.
from the yep. So, and I
And
think that that's part of the pitch I give to Ching. It's like you can take Peking like this year, so you should build the army.
yep. And this is the problem with
Yep, there it
yep,
is.
because um, at first during the game I did not think Toku was aware of this. Afterwards, they were very aware of this and were happy to get a dot out of Ching stabbing me, which is great. You get a dot, and you also get to decide who you want to actually side with, right?
Yep, good for them.
Yep, and they were like, "Oh, I didn't know that was going to happen," and they were a very solid player as far as press and just communicating with me the whole game. So yeah, this is going to just cause more problems, right? Because even if Toku does like me more than Ching, dots are dots, and they're set up to get a dot, at least one, and then possibly another one.
Yeah, I didn't talk as much to me as maybe I should have with Toku, but yeah, I liked them. It's just that they never wanted to help me. I would always be like, "Hey, you should attack the Qing now. You should attack the Qing now." And they're like, I'm worried about this," or I'm worried about Spain," or And I'm like, "I get it, but it's a little annoying after a while."
Yep. I got the same vibes from them because I wanted help against Spain, right? And they never really committed to that until later. And so I felt like I got bogged down here because I was getting no help from my allies. And I even probably aggressively told them at one point, I was like, well, man, if I'm not getting any help down here, I got to grow. And I
Yeah,
don't want to look towards Japan, but I will have to eventually, like, at least throw a tap in or something, please. So they're doing some
yeah.
like token help and also not taking my dots, but yeah.
Can I see the North really quickly?
Yes,
I forget what
sorry.
we were doing up there. Oh yeah, I was helping the Qing, kind of positioning them a little bit against the Inuit while they were stabbing you. Get them away. I didn't really think they would leave Amur like this because Amur is kind of a key province to be in. I'm like I'm even like when I am still genuinely trying to make peace with them, I'm like, you should stay in Amur because it keeps me honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they're like, no, I'll leave, and I'm like, all right,
Yeah,
go go ahead, I'll help you out. Go, that'll help you against the Inuit.
because this is just
Um,
you're clearing a path.
yep, yep, just get everyone out of the way, and then I can decide what I want to do, and that does end up being walk down into the Ching to help you out because I do. Maybe it's a little foolish of me to think this or to think that you would trust that I'm being genuine, but I do think at this point that a partnership between us does work fairly well, and I do want you to get strong. I don't know if it's just because I liked you or um, if it's because it helps against the colonials or all of the above, and also I just want Ching dead, but I decide um, to pretty much pivot towards helping you out here, and we can pop the Ching together after I finally get them against you.
Mm-hmm. And I don't
And I
know that
don't,
yet.
yeah,
Because what I see is double support of Ching units, one closer to my dots, and then I see you further moving away from Ching. Um,
yeah,
to be fair, you're moving, but I assume this is all part of this stab, and you need more help
it
over
is.
here. Yep.
And it also makes the Ching feel better because I'm stabbing the Safavids. And then I tell them, here's my moves to the west that I was talking about. My armies are going west. See? So that also helps.
Yep. You may not have loved this bounce, but I guess there's, yeah.
It's pretty obvious that it's going to happen.
Yeah. And go ahead.
I guess I was just kind of going to bring up the fact that I think I'm trying to figure out in my head if walking into the Qing at this point was a good idea. I mean, it didn't really work out for me, but like at the time, it felt pretty smart because I knew the Qing would be a threat eventually if they do well enough against you. And I knew we both wanted them gone, and I was hoping you would just help me pop them and then we'd be rid of them. But as we can see, that's not really how it goes. And this is another thing I identify as maybe one of my key mistakes was not just leaving the Qing to go destroy you.
Possibly, yeah. Especially with
I don't know.
something. My thing with you was this is a really good player who I could and I think I can ally with, but I can't leave any crack, any opening because they will take advantage of it. And that's like I want an ally that's a little softer than that, and I was like, no, I think this guy will if he sees a sliver of a chance to get a dot or two and turn the momentum. And I've seen how well you've played off every other neighbor, right? So
Yeah.
I've seen the effort gone in, I've seen the stabs and the work you put in over here. Plus, at this point, I still think like you're ringleader of anti-Asian triple, even though you're not. And
Yeah,
so
fair.
I think I call him my void. I'm like, it's Super Snake. He's a very good player, and I just couldn't trust you more than I could, like more than a dot or two. And but at this point, I'm looking for a friend anywhere I can. And so if my persuasion has worked, that was all part of the plan. Is like I need some kind of friend.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess in hindsight, it wasn't that hard to convince you because you needed it.
Yeah.
I did genuinely want to work with you like into the later game. Like I didn't really have plans to pop Ching and then stab you, but also I don't really plan very far ahead. So I can't say for sure what I would have done to you once the Qing were gone, but I did. I never stopped wanting to like work with you.
Because this is a good border right now, between you and me.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to attack you even
Yep.
after the Qing are gone. It's just not very profitable for me. So I really don't have any intention of expanding further against you once the Qing are dead. Like that's genuinely my intention, pretty much for the rest of the game.
Yep. Same here.
And believe that or not, because I haven't proved myself trustworthy anywhere else, but that was my intention.
Same here. I like Turfan was always kind of an island. I don't see myself with all these armies. I'm not making any progress unless everyone is coordinating for multiple years, and even then, probably not. Foreshadowing again. But this is also the phase I had in my notes that there was a miscommunication with Sweden. And Sweden told you that I wanted Sweden to stab you, and I was furious because I'm in scramble mode, right? And so anytime I think someone's spreading false, I put out enough that is real that when someone says something false, I get angry.
No, I understand completely. Yeah, Sweden does. When I'm trying to make peace with you and like be like, okay, maybe I'll go in on Qing and work with the Ming here. I get a message like kind of near the end of our conversation where Sweden was like, hey, Ming is asking me to stab you. And I'm like, Ming, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, that was
later. We do clear it up later. But
yes, because I'm like, man, when press opens, go to this time and look at the message I sent, because I'll be completely honest at this point, when I reached out to Sweden, yes, I'm putting feelers out there, right? Because
yeah, of course you are. I mean, anybody would.
But if you read the actual messages, I'm like, I got nothing to offer you, Sweden. You are making great gains with Russia. Like, I'm sure you have a plan. You go for it. More power to you. Hope you're the first Sweden to win. So for them to turn around and tell you that I was asking for a stab, I was being nice. I really was. Now, if they had voiced some disagreement, or if they had, I'm trying to latch on to anything, like any good player, just like the whole Mughal Bamo situation. If they had voiced anything, yeah, I would have tried to put some effort into either drawing something out or showing them what they could do or making a suggestion, but they seemed very happy with you, and so I gave them the thumbs up and walked away.
Yeah, Sweden and I are getting along very well at this point. They're not really much of a talker, but they don't really need to be. We just kind of figure out our moves, and it seems like pretty natural that we continue this line for a while.
Yeah, and you honestly don't care how big Sweden gets, as long as they don't fully replace Poland. I don't think they're ever really going to be a huge threat to you, and you keep something around here. So
yeah,
but let's keep it going. We got any fun retreats? No, this is yeah, this will get set up to get blown up, but that was kind of the idea, is just tie down some Mughal units in case they did lie. But since they were telling the truth, I've really just inconvenienced them rather than crippled them, but that's fine with me.
Yeah.
I talk with I can go to the moves, and I'll start with me this time just because I got it on my mind. So I am doing everything I can to convince Toku not to fully stab me. And I tell them they can have, I tell them they can have hanging. Like, I'm not asking them to go to attack Qing, which they don't want to do. And I'm not asking them to walk out of it. But I tell them to leave me Okinawa. And I think a couple other people said, yeah, Toku's not leaving you Okinawa. They're taking it. It's like, yeah, that's what I would do if I was them.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. At this point, I would be worried about the colonials as well, more than gaining off of you. But I don't know. I can be greedy, so I get it.
Yeah, and that was kind of my pitch to them too. Is we'll see a leaderboard here in a minute, but I am not the threat here. I am 13 centers or something. These guys are snowballing pretty well. Dutch and the Spain with. If you want, I mean. If you really care about this game or something, go look back at all the Spanish and Dutch moves. It's just beautiful coordination throughout the world, and I'm trying to raise red flags. But anyway, Toku tells me they're not doing this. I know they are, and we've already agreed to this hold, so I just take Fusan because it gives me more options, more leverage against them. And they can't be mad because they lied to me too. So, and I know that I'm not getting Peking. I know they're going to put 2 on it. I have some kind of guess between going for a Qing dot or a Toku dot, and I thought this was a safer. I would have been maybe happy with either of these, but this was a safer play, and also put a little more pressure on them to maybe have them say, well, maybe this alliance isn't quite working out. And they're also kind of backing off. They're not totally helping each other up here. They still are, but I think this war has mostly run its course. At least I hope. So.
Yeah, I do have to ask,
yes.
Why don't you bounce out of Okinawa here? Is there any reason for that? Because I feel like if I knew, or at least had an inkling that they would go for it, I would probably. I know I'm not getting Formosa, so maybe I might as well just keep from losing a dot, but I don't know.
Because I am not the best player. Honestly, yes, I definitely should. Of course I'm not getting Formosa here. I had an unhealthy obsession with getting Formosa. The Dutch had angered me way more than Toku. And in hindsight, yeah, I was just too laser focused on it. And if I knew they were doing it, I guess I didn't, because I still had some hope they weren't. But and I still wanted to stay around Formosa, but come on, it would have helped a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but you are still going for Fusan, so you're making an enemy of them anyway. So I don't know.
Yep. No, I think that's not every move is perfect. Most moves aren't.
Yep.
I tell Portugal that I'm going to try for Fan Rang and ask for support, knowing that he'll do this, because for about 4 or 5 phases, this useless fleet. Basically, if Portugal told me this fleet was doing something, I'm like, great, I know it's not doing that, so it's doing something else.
That's the thing about liars. At a certain point, you know what they're not doing.
If you know it's a lie, then that helps. That's almost as good as information as the truth. And I do go in on Ayutthaya with, the Mughals backing off towards Safavid. I think they.
Yep.
I think you even said in press like were overly safe here. They needed to. I would have just gone for this.
Yeah, this was silly of them.
Yep. Because they could get Sassuram back and cover Delhi with these four fleets. Or sorry, four armies. So I don't know what they were really trying here. So
Looking back at this in hindsight, this might have been part of the reason that I end up dotting the Mughals and Yarkand later with the Safavids, because I just feel like the Mughals could have committed against the Safavids and they kind of chickened out, and I don't really want to deal with it.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's. I even told them they don't trust me because I helped IU into Sassuram, but I'm like, hey, that was a hedge. You can take care of that army, no problem. I'm gonna go attack IU. They saw that I tried to move all my armies away from them and continue to not attack them. I still haven't, like, there was a half-hearted attack last fall, but like I haven't really done anything against them. And but they still don't trust that I'm gonna do this, and so they worry and move back because I guess they think IU and Ming are coming for them, and somehow 5 units here isn't enough. I just disagree. I think they could have. And they have a very friendly colonial, to my chagrin. They're not pushing this yet. And so, yeah, I think this was a mistake on their part.
Oh, well.
Oh, well. Yep. Move in. This was, Specs tried to help me out, plan out this year to get as much as I, because I didn't want to come in here and get stalemated again. So there was a lot of tactic stuff, but not really that important. Just I am committing to going against IU, and I want to get these dots before the Dutch, who have no enemies apparently in this area, get these dots instead. So
yeah, speaking of Specs, I had the previous Russia player who, you can kind of tell was also like a really great player. I didn't really see a whole lot of their press from before I came in, but they were giving me some advice that I normally didn't listen to, but I feel like I might have contributed a little more to my void if I knew anybody was looking at it. But I don't know. That's kind of a random thought that I just had. But if you're good with your moves, maybe I could go over my stuff next.
Yes, please. This is very exciting for a Ming player to see.
This is when I decide. Actually, the Qing player swaps out right before moves go through. New Qing comes in at this point, and I'm really worried because I'm like, I built all this trust with the old Qing, and now there's a new Qing, and I'm about to stab them. And if I waste all of this effort, I'm going to be really pissed off. But they do lock the moves that the previous Qing had already put in, so I don't really have to convince the new Qing of much of anything. I give some token message about how, oh, we were fighting and now you're fighting the Ming and I'm helping you out. But I don't really need to convince them of much because I'm about to stab them. So,
yep. And that was... Sorry, just with the Qing sub, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was easily the lowest point of my game. Is I had been allied with someone for, 4 years, 3 years, and communicating with them well, and then they stop communicating, they stab, they sub out, and then the new player does not talk to me for an entire real world week. And I'm like... I
saw that.
Yeah. I can't do anything against... And I sent a pretty... I try, at some point you compare my press to customer service, because I do try to be very nice, and no matter what, like even later I'm congratulating them on figuring out something. Like I try to be very kind, but I was like, look man, if you're going to sub into a game and then not talk to the neighbor at all that you are stabbing, even just to say hello, I am a new player, that just rubbed me the wrong way. So I was couple of not my proudest moments as far as press, but I was just so frustrated at this exact moment. So, but go ahead.
Seeing that they hadn't messaged you at all made me think even more that this might have been a mistake, because if they weren't even willing to talk to you, I might have had a really good ally here. And I blew it a little bit to go for dots. And I don't know. It's more hindsight talking than anything, because I do feel like it is sound to go against the Qing with you here, because I don't want them to grow too much and start looking at me. but I don't know. I don't know if I really needed to do this. I think I just kind of liked working with you. But
Yeah, because you can make the argument the other way is like, well, I was thinking of stabbing, and then there's a new player that I have no history with. Yeah, I'd rather work with the player I've gotten a good vibe from and we have history versus committing with the brand new player I know nothing about who may have different ideas. So,
but orders were locked basically by the time this person had subbed, so I couldn't really undo the stab anyway.
yep.
So I was kind of locked into it and just had to make the most of it. Yeah. So stabbing the Ching, very fun.
Hmm.
Um, Attacking the Safavids with the Mughals, get Uzgen out of it. They move Herat to Moscow for some reason. I didn't really notice that before. I have no idea why they did that. It was a really weird thing for them to do.
Yep.
I'm just kind of walking into Tabriz, walking into Derbent, free shit everywhere. It's all great. They do bounce me out of Trebizond and then later say, "Oh, I just wanted to slow your gains into me," and I'm like, "Well, that's fair."
Yeah.
So I can't really fault them. Maybe it was a red flag that they didn't want to vassalize, but like, come on, I'm not gonna be like so like I don't know. I'm not gonna be so hard-headed that I'm not gonna allow that every once in a while.
Yeah, it didn't even cost you a guarantee, right? You were getting two out of
Yeah,
this situation regardless. So I'd
yeah,
actually kind of believe that. It's like, yeah, I just didn't want you to go full force against me, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I At this point I'm talking to Spain a little bit because Spain are starting to come across the med. I send a message to Spain. Earlier, I was like, I'm gonna stay in the Black Sea, but now that I'm kind of like eating the Ottomans alive here, I'm like, hey, maybe like I'm going to have Smyrna, and maybe it would be okay for me to have a fleet in like the Aegean or something. And Sweden does not take this well.
No.
They're like, you promised you weren't gonna go to the Mediterranean and blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh geez, okay. So at that point, I'm kind of antagonistic against Spain at this point. I don't want them growing very quickly. I go to the Aegean anyway, hoping to get out of Khan and work with the Ottomans a little bit. Uh, I bounce and stay in Khan and get it this year, so I accidentally got into Khan and then accidentally kept it.
you,
So
you know it's a good game where you're accidentally getting other capitals and you're really trying not to.
yeah, because I do at this point the Ottomans hate Spain and they hate Austria a lot more than they hate me, and it's clear that that's the case. And I'm like, sure, Ottomans, let's just kind of work together as you die here, and I will just walk into your stuff, and then I will take the void that you leave behind.
Yep, you have
Um,
to. And I get Spain, like having fought in the Med, if you ever get a nice dominant position like this, the last thing you want to see is some Portugal fleet coming in through the strait or some Russian fleet coming that like you're like, no, I worked really hard to get this situation. Stay out of my sea.
yeah. Um, I think I do start talking to Austria at this point.
Hmm.
We kind of start to divvy up like the Balkans a little bit. It's pretty clear I'm gonna get Jassy, which is fine. They really want Targoviste, which I fucking hate. Uh, but like I don't want to antagonize them because I don't want them to start helping Poland against me or start like helping the Ottomans or Spain against me or just I just want to have them on side. So I'm like, that's I guess that's fine. You can have Targoviste this year. Go ahead and pop the Ottomans there, which they do. And then they promise they'll help me into Jassy, and I'm like, I guess that's fair. And they're like, you can keep Khan. Um, and I really want to have Targoviste because there's a lot of non-SCs, like Transylvania, Alfold, Banat here that are just and Ruthenia that are just a really nice, easily demilitarizable border between us for late game. And having them in Targoviste is just a big pain in my ass, essentially, because
Yep.
they can always kind of mess with me there. But
Sp-
they are really adamant about it, and I don't want to antagonize them. So I'm like, fine, go take it, whatever. We'll figure it out. Um, we'll see how that goes. But beyond that, I'm helping Sweden. Things are going well. Not much to report on that front, and that's pretty much it for this year.
Yep, I was looking at my notes, and the only other thing is, oh, I know why I did this because I did not. Spain had stayed out of this so much, and like not really helping the Dutch, but also not wanting to commit against them. And I kind of got it with all this cooperation between Spain and Portugal down here, so it didn't hurt my feelings. They weren't involved, but I finally got in a position where I thought I had a chance, right? There's a 50-50 here. If I make Fokin straight the mover, this tap doesn't matter. Like, they're...
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't see that
Yeah.
move to lose on straight. You could have gotten it
If I
Spain was
flip
onside.
this, yeah. Oh no, I flip this and Spain stays out of it. So, but the very
Neither is what's
first...
happened.
Yes. The very first opportunity that I have to handle it all by myself, because Toku won't help me, Spain wasn't help me. Okay, I've set up, and they're like, no, I'm going to help the Dutch.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get why you went for it.
Yeah. And I missed the chance anyways, but that was my thought, is I thought Spain would just stay neutral, and they did not. So
Yep.
That's all I got for this. Retreats are relatively boring. That's kind of a needed retreat with Toku. That's a needed retreat just because, yeah, low point of the game is if I don't do something now, this can collapse very quickly.
Yep, this sucks for you.
I think this is kind of where I'm like, well, my odds of getting into impunity have nosedived precipitously. Just because I got stuck down to 12. I'm falling down the leaderboard. Enough people have issues with me / are growing faster that I don't know. From here, it's you can even see in like my order set. Normally, I am a perfect order provider. I type out everything in full. I check it all, and here I'm doing all the shortcuts and just undercase and just an angry boy. So, but yeah, that's I don't anything retreat wise here that really not that much,
Nope,
right?
not
Yeah.
really.
Okay. Spain and Netherlands still at the top. At some point I start a anti-NSP conversation around. I think it is around this time. Like, guys, if we don't, they are snowballing. They will win this game. And I'm not doing it to be Chicken Little. I'm doing it because I'm seeing no effort against them. I mean, almost.
I know, it's so frustrating.
Yeah. Okay, good. You were there too. You were in the same boat.
Yeah. Because I mean, I can't hurt them, and they're growing like faster than I am. I do go +6 this year, which is incredible.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like it's not as sustainable as their growth, and that proves to be true later.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would be way more frustrated as you. Yeah, you can't do anything about it, and at least I'm talking about it. And South America is doing some effort. Like the regionals down here actually did put up a decent fight for a while.
Yeah.
And but that's kind of it. Like it just wasn't looking good, shall we say? So
yeah.
Any big strategery on your builds, or man, when you I think I put in my void, I'm like +6 must be nice.
It was. I got Fleet, Astrakhan, Caspian Sea is mine. I got armies everywhere. It's great. Okay, there is something huge that happens this turn. Sweden, I say, we've been communicating pretty well. I say, hey, Sweden, what are you thinking for builds this year? I get nothing for a whole day. And then I see this. I see Army Helsingfors, and I see Fleet Trondheim. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah. What did you want them to build? I mean, what would be your best builds here? Yeah.
Preferably not Army Helsingfors.
Yes.
I mean, what does that do? He's got a Polish fleet in the Baltic Sea. He needs to be able to kick it out, ideally, in my view. And you've built an army instead of a fleet. That pisses me off, because like that army is a threat to me.
Yep.
And I don't see what else you're gonna do with it. And the fact that you didn't tell me about it, I'm pretty pissed at Sweden right now. And at the same time, I've been talking with Poland, and they've essentially decided to vassalize themselves to me. Another vassal. This one actually works out. They disband Jassy so that I can get it, and they disband Ruthenia, and they keep Baltic Sea. So I now have a friendly Poland against Sweden, a Sweden who just pissed me off. And at this point, I'm like, okay, Sweden, I guess you're dying now.
Yeah, if they wanted to stay friendly, this should be a fleet, this should be an army, and then you guys can coordinate to convoy it somewhere over here. Yeah.
Yeah, because like you didn't need to build a fleet Trondheim. Like I got you covered in the Norwegian Sea. I get wanting to keep it safe, but you let me there in the first place, and I've been very nice with you.
So was this build with the Swedish silence in mind, or with the I need to have more influence on other players in mind?
A little of both.
Yeah.
I didn't like having Spitsbergen and only one fleet in the area. I wanted a little more agency in the North Sea, and I had so many builds that I was like, sure, I will invest a little bit. Just have more fleet supremacy against Sweden in case things go poorly, or to take Iceland if I want to in the future, or I can send it east, um, in case like Toku or somebody starts antagonizing me in the north. It's just, I feel like it's an okay build to have. It's pretty good to have this year.
I always wanted to see more Russian fleets. One, because the army was, oh my god, there's so many armies. Like that
I
was
know.
that was another reason I'm like, I'm never getting anywhere against Russia, so I might as well be neutral slash friendly with them.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, like you understood the colonial threat. It's just you couldn't do anything about it, and so that's why I was
Mhm.
always arguing, well, I want to see fleets because then at least you can have some say in North Pacific or over here, and because I knew England was so weak that eventually this is going to be a battleground. Um,
Yep.
but it's just not. Fleets are an investment for Russia slash
Yep.
to prevent someone from convoying in from the top, right? And
Yeah.
you just never needed too many of them.
Yeah. I
Fleet
think that
Astrakhan, sorry, I was going to say Fleet Astrakhan is such a fun build.
I
The
love it. It's so fun.
well, when this variant first came out, there was a lot of kind of half joking from newer players about the fleet for Caspian Sea because it can't go anywhere. And
Yeah.
the south of it in my first game, who got to the impunity, was like, no, Fleet Caspian Sea is freaking amazing. It's a Central Asian highway to get
Yeah.
armies and to get so much more movement east and west, north and south. And then if you pull it off where it's a turn where you're building and you know Safavid's not building it, um, it's extremely useful. And I've seen that in almost every game. Is it's a big turning point for this relationship, and then also way more useful than you think it's going to be for a fleet that can't move.
Yep. And I put this here just as insurance, obviously, in case Safavids decide they want to start moving against me again. I have a nice position just in the Caspian Sea. They're not building, so they can't bounce it. And I'm looking real good.
Yeah,
Just to kind of sit there, threaten Tehran, and be like, "Hey, you go against me, Tehran's gonna start getting poked." Um, and that's pretty much it.
yep. And then a couple more armies in the east because you are
I'm
trying
attacking
to.
Ching.
Yeah, yep. And I think this is
Maybe I
the
don't need them, but I don't know.
yeah. Well, it definitely prevents any thoughts because I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 armies. I'm like, well, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to scare you with that. I just wanted to succeed against the Ching because the Ching are very hard to get through if they're not being attacked by sea. Like this position is so annoying to try to like break into.
Oh,
And
without
but
help on the backside.
yeah,
Uh,
without help from like Toku, for example, trying to break the Ching was just a huge pain in my ass. I mean, later you were helping, but it's still it even when you were helping, like it's still pretty defensible for a little while, in my opinion.
yep, we saw that for sure. Yeah, they are not getting any pressure from the Pacific. It is,
Nope.
yeah,
It's the one thing that's not working in my favor is Toku will not commit to helping me.
yep, yep. It was very, very, very neutral in a lot of stuff, which I appreciated down here. Not jumping too hard into this bandwagon. But was frustrating when I wish they would have gone against Spain 2 years ago.
Yep.
For me, all the armies, not only, yes, can I not do anything about it, but even earlier on where you're trying to get me to harass Ching half-heartedly, I realize, but I'm like, where do these armies go? If you do take all the dots, I just don't know what else they're going to do except attack me. Like you're not going to just sit and hold. Like they got to do something. And
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I get it.
yeah, but also
I
you
get
have to
it.
have so many there because we were attacking you. So it was just kind of a
Yeah,
tough situation where there's not a lot of flexibility, and you didn't have. Man, if you had like 3 fleets up here and you're like, oh, I got convoys planned, maybe I believe that, right? But
yeah.
there's just nothing they can do.
It's tough.
I disband Jazink because I'm trying to be as friendly as I can with you two, because I
Yeah.
realize there's no reason to be angry at you because I can't get any of this. And if I'm going to have any chance at growing in this game, it's going to be Mughals, Ayutthaya, maybe Toku. It's going to be south, not north. So I got to just try to be as nice as I can and try to get dots down here.
Yeah.
So Spring 46. I like starting in your west. It's a little easier.
It's exotic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I start moving against Sweden. I frame this defensively. I frame this as a defensive moveset because I don't know what he's doing. I'm very angry with him, and I think my press shows that. He tells me to move out of Norwegian Sea to like Greenland Sea, or I think Iceland Basin. He wants to support me there, but I'm not doing that. So I'm gonna stay. He actually believes me when I tell him that this was defensive and it's not a stab. And I think I say in my void, like, dude, why do you believe me? Like, I'm a goddamn demon right now. I say something to that effect. And I set myself up very nicely to take Riga and Wilno from Sweden because I have Poland on side this year.
It actually it looks friendly except for this move. This is the one move where I'd be like, nope, they're going anti-Sweden. Yeah.
I tell Sweden, go to Courland and Smolensk. I will fill into Kiev, and I will also fill into Smolensk to make sure you don't lose Wilno again, because they lost Wilno to Poland last year, and we got it back. Or 2 years ago, and then we got it back. So I'm like, I do tell them. Actually, no, I don't think I tell them I'm going to Smolensk. But either way, they believe me, and they do what I tell them to do.
Wow. Yeah. If I'm Sweden, nope, we're not doing this. No.
Yeah. Yeah. And I like the Sweden player. I probably might have kept working with them if they hadn't done those builds. But yeah, it's got to happen. And you know me, I'm looking for growth. I like attacking. I like to stay on the move. Maybe I shouldn't have stabbed because I knew they were being genuine. Like I could just had that read on them that they were not going to attack me here. But I didn't want to deal with it. And I don't like to deal with people who are either not communicating to me or are doing things that I think are a little dumb. And I think this was a little bit of both.
Yep.
No offense to the Swedish player, I just think these builds were a mistake.
I agree, because this fleet can basically do nothing except go to Norwegian. And then once they offer, this is basically what you did with Qing, is like, hey, get out of the way so I can do this. But once they saw this second fleet, I don't know, I might have taken that support, not that it went through, but and then backfilled with Spitsbergen. And just, I mean, it would have been a little more, I like to be out and doing stuff, but this was a good call and set you up very nicely.
Yeah.
And then, oh my gosh, what the heck is this?
Here I go.
Yeah, jeez.
Free stuff. The Ottomans are pretty much entirely in my corner at this point. They are doing whatever I want. I tell them I'm going to the Aegean, but I'm kind of playing all sides at this point, and I go for Smyrna instead because I want the dot. And then I tell Spain I'm not going to contest the Aegean, just to get them a little less unhappy with me because I want I want Spain to stab Austria here. Because Austria scares me a little bit, and I would like those two to be fighting so that I can once again swoop in and choose a side.
Yep.
So I'm kind of playing nice with Spain. Wow, all these S nations. I leave Jassy, which is kind of funny. Like I leave it for the fall.
I thought this was a really good call by Poland to disband this, even because you're not going to hold it. Austria and Russia have been aggressive against you. Why not introduce some conflict over that dot? That was their best option, I thought, and then none of you go for it. Yeah.
Well, Austria and I had agreed that Jassy was mine.
Oh darn!
And for now, Austria is behaving like a person who I can work with. We will see what happens in the future. I have things to say about Austria, but we'll get there later. Right now, we're working well together. We have no reason to be antagonistic. Everything's going very well. I'm just cleaning up across the board. Down in Safavid land, they let me in to Trebizond for free. A nice convoy that I get down there. I start coring Tabriz because I agree with Safavid that I'm not going to take Tehran. I'm going to take Bukhara later instead, as I help them against the Mughals, which is my new play. I dot the Mughals in Yarkand. I'm helping the Safavids attack the Mughals, and I'm going to kind of slowly fill in behind them a little bit as they attack the Mughals here, just to give them something to do, because that's the only place their fleets can go. So I'm like, here you go. Why don't you attack the Mughals, and I'll help you. I think this may be my biggest mistake because I dot the Mughals for 1 dot and just to help the Safavids out instead of staying with the Mughals, who I think would have been loyal to me.
Yep.
And were a good strategic partner. And I could have just gone from here. I could have I pretty much killed the Safavids with the Mughals. I think that I could have done it pretty handily. I think it would have been an issue. And that's probably what I should have done. But I don't do that because I think it's fun to work with my vassal. So that's what I do. And we'll see how that plays out later.
I agree. I think this was your biggest mistake because this is I see this move set, and this is when I get the Asian resistance together.
Yeah.
For two reasons. For two reasons. It wasn't just that you. This gave me some good arguments to make. I say, hey, look, they've dotted Safavid. They dotted me and Turfan. They just dotted Mughals and Yarkland. They've dotted Qing and Kikihar. Let's all. Yes, and I do this big spiel. I think I have a larger like anti-Rasputin channel that was more anti-Russia, but that was with autos, and I knew that was going to get leaked. But from one-on-one chats out of anti-Rasputin, I felt like the four of us almost had no downside in teaming up against you. Now, I only created it, the other big reason, because I don't know if I create it just based off you attacking Mughals. That's fine with me. I might have joined in with you. But the other thing is we had been talking anti-colonial for quite some time, and it wasn't as many fleets as I wanted, but I'm like, okay, a second fleet, and they're also interacting with Spain here. They're finally kind of in a spot where they could be helpful against the Dutch and against Spain. You're not super helpful, but like you're in a spot where you can do something. And that would be propping up Ottomans, pushing them back in the Med, and then helping Sweden maintain this position. I was still hoping that we could get Amsterdam to knock the Dutch out. Like, so I see what I see is you're not going to go help this way. You're setting up on Sweden. You don't stop Spain progressing in the Med. You're taking auto dots. So I'm like, oh, you're not anti-colonial. And when I look at the board as a whole, I'm like, why would you be? You guys can have.
I'm kind of not right now.
Yeah. I'm like, I know what he's doing. He's going and talking to the Dutch and Spain and saying, hey, I want to join you guys. And yeah, because I'm like, he has no real conflict points with them. He's getting dots off of every single neighbor. Good job. I mean, basically every single neighbor you've gotten a dot off of. And you can continue to do that. Just keep ping-ponging and play us against each other. And that's why I set up the channel. So a combo of those two things, yeah.
Yep. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. The fact that I fail to see this coalition form after I do this, I don't know why I fail to see that, but I feel like it's pretty obvious at this point that I have wronged everybody and burned every bridge, and that you guys have no reason not to unite against me.
I love the symmetry of it. I love how, I was anti-you at the beginning, and one retreat, and you were able to flip Mughals and Qing against me to a degree. And then this is like the exact opposite. You take 1 dot Yarkand, and I'm like, wait, I can get all 4 of these powers against him now.
Yep, I messed up bad. This is the point where I really fucked up.
Yeah, and I think it does keep you out of impunity. I think I don't know how you play it differently, probably just eat Safavid, and then I would go in on Mughals with you, no problem. But this leads to like a couple of years of honestly some pretty boring moves. That's why we're talking about the relationships the most. Yeah,
it's horrible after this.
Yeah. And what is this?
Shame.
Yeah, this is still spring. Anything on this side, or you're just moving in?
Just attacking Qing.
Yep.
Looks like you helped me to Gobi, but I don't do it.
Oh, that was we talked about this, and originally I was going to help you to Gobi, and you wanted to do something else, and I didn't really care what it was. I don't think I knew it was this, but I left the support in just for a psyops. Like,
yeah, fair enough.
Someone, Ching maybe, like, oh, I was still working with Russia. I don't know. It was just, it's more interesting than holding, and it gives me more talking points.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, just bouncing, keeping them honest. Oh, Toku does flip here. That was very nice. Toku sees dot and takes dot, like, for maybe the only time in the game.
Yeah, this is the one time where Toku moves against the Ching.
And Spain.
Like, oh.
This is the move they finally went anti-Spain. Thank goodness. Yeah.
I'm like, Toku, yay, thank you. This is great.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I was very happy to see them finally do something against Spain, because I think I'd made enough fuss about Dutch and Spain that they finally said, okay, well, I guess I have to do something. And but they've already like kind of lost the MPO. And if we look briefly, Spain has a ton of fleets over here. They'll continue to tap NPO, and it kind of neuters whatever Toku can really do, except be some more help in bothering Spain. So,
yep.
This fleet still stays on and is annoying, but I don't know what I did, but convinced them that not to support Fenrang at this point, because I think they realize also, I mentioned a couple of years ago, they were going to get cut out, and I don't know if they're still not getting cut out yet, but they are falling behind. So I'm just, they don't hate me as much. So by not hating me, they allow me to get into Fenrang. And then this is all just tactics to try to push. But I also see Dutch built an army down here and clearly wants to come divvy up IU with me. And that's not in my interest, right? So.
Nope.
Other than that, I don't think anything too exciting in the spring. I can go to the fall.
Sure.
I will say, I wrote in my notes, it's so over, we're so back. I did feel so back after this turn. If you look at a year ago, the Mugals were against me, Ching was against me, Toku had stabbed me, and then, yes, Ching is still attacking me, but we're working on that. Mugals completely backed off. I'm making gains against IU, and Toku agreed to flip over to go anti-Ching. So even if I'm not winning this game, getting this to flip from, I saw several people be like, oh, Ming's probably going to be dead in a couple of years. To flip it around and get him to ally up against you next turn was probably the highlight of my game. Just turning this around from a death spiral.
Yeah, props to you for that.
Yep. So, but retreats. Oh yeah, that was concerning. But at this point, that's another reason I was trying to set this up. Was I didn't want to fight the Mugals over here. So
the fact that they didn't was Gore open at that point? Oh, actually, I think they bounced. Yeah, they couldn't really retreat much of anywhere else.
Correct. Yeah. I think Gore got bounced. So this they could have gone back here. No, it's Yarkland.
Yeah, the Ching retreat to Moscow, which they do a few times, I think. They really like doing that bit. I think they do this 3 times.
I love a meme move every now and then, but it does kind of dirty up the board.
It's fine. It's just retreats. Yep. Retreats are not complicated.
Toku did, this is nice, right? Wow, look at this great position we have, kind of, sort of. No, this area sucks. I'm glad they've reworked it some. But it's not a productive area if there are 2 relatively hard alliances, and I was so insistent on I'm not working with the Colonials unless I have Formosa that it just stays very hard to do anything in this area. Even if we look past Formosa, which we'll get there, but I'll tell you why it's just a pain.
Yeah, this looks like abject misery, just trying to do anything in like the southeast, like Asian Ocean. Like I'm very glad that I didn't have to deal with it, because like at least on land, like it's kind of simple.
Yeah, and it's not helped by the fact they don't have to do any defense back here. Mapuche, This is the best Mapuche will ever get. They never were able to, or really interested in pushing up. and
Hmm.
they can always dump more builds in this area. They
Yeah, they're
just,
just spawning
uh,
fleets all game from here, and it's just like, here's more fleets for you.
yep. Yeah, there was never a turn they were even or negative. It felt like they may
Yeah,
have, but yeah. I mean, when they're confident enough to be placing armies back in the islands, it's like, okay, I can't. I can only do so much, and I
yeah,
said as much as like. I think this was my like big pitch is like, okay, if we don't all team up right now, the Colonials definitely win. Russia probably joins them. So if you guys want to keep doing this little regional stab game that we've been doing, which hasn't got us much, go ahead. I'd rather die that way than and feel like I'm doing a good job trying to hold the Colonials back, rather than just a bunch of infighting. So
yeah. Yeah, the fact that I don't see this as an obvious outcome of what I'm doing, I don't know what I was thinking. I think I was just kind of riding high on like getting all these gains and doing all these fun plays. I think that I got a little carried away here. Um, but yeah, uh, now begins pain.
I would have put the odds of like 50-50. We actually all did what we agreed to do, and we did. All four of us. We have a Asian resistance channel. We have a little counter, like one turn since a regional stab.
I saw that. I thought that was a cute little bit you were doing.
uh, and yes, you mentioned, I think in your void, you're like, Ming is probably the organizing all this. Yes, to my chagrin, because I have the least to care about, like, as far as my dots, if I'm just thinking about me personally, I have the least skin in this game. Like you
Yep.
we have one connection. I don't really care, but I realize that you could snowball join the Colonials, and I don't want that to happen. So,
Hmm.
and I keep hoping that one of these three other players are going to propose a move set or some ideas, and Sofovit does. They're the most active, but like for the next 3 or 4 turns, I'm having to draw out all the moves and be like, hey, here's what I think we should do, and they do it, but I don't want to put my brain power into this because I don't really care. I want to put my brain power into this mess.
Yeah, this front sucks.
Yes, I hate. I hate.
It's not fun.
It's so interconnected, and you're like, well, this can like it cascades all the
Oh, oh,
interconnections, and I hate it.
oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. Once I'm in this situation, I'm like, oh no.
Yep.
Now begins pain.
Yep. And you don't, I guess, don't see it enough. So we do manage to get Yarkan back to Mugles,
Yep.
but this is all the excitement for a while.
Yep, that's all you get off of me. Besides, I think you might get. I think Sophids get Uzgen later also, but and then it's pretty solid from there.
Yeah, and I would say I talked to one of my specs who was the Russia to my auto last game. I said, hey,
Hmm.
I saw you struggle over here, and it kept them out of impunity at the end, just because they never was able to this. It was just back and forth. I'm like, what
Hmm.
matters over here? And he said, you really want to focus to try to get into Turkestan or Azizan. Like, don't care about anything else. Just try to get into one of these two, because then you can slip into the tundra, and that causes
Yep.
Russia a lot more problems. Yeah.
I think I also identified that.
Damn. Okay.
Um, yeah. I mean, you guys really never make it anywhere against me, at least in the
No,
center, because
not at all.
I'm really I know like if I lose the center, everything falls apart.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I do get a coalition here forming against me from all you guys. But luckily, as we go around the board, we'll see that I get a lot of builds this year too. So
Yeah.
it goes okay. I don't lose at first. I look at all this and I'm like, oh shit, I'm dead. But when I realize how many builds I have, I'm like, okay, calm down. We're gonna be mostly okay. But we can go around if we want to start it in Sweden again.
Yeah.
There's not much to say because I kind of explained what I'm doing, but I get into Riga. Um, Poland helps me take Wilno, which is awesome. Thank you, Poland. Um, Something that happens that I learn about is Austria works with Poland, and Poland agrees to convoy them into Helsingfors. Um, I tell Sweden this. I don't want Austria and Helsingfors. That's mine.
Yep.
So
Nice.
I tell Sweden, hey, Austria is going to be convoyed into Helsingfors, and he believes me because why would you lie about that? That's a weird thing to come up with. That's a weird story to tell. And I keep Austria out of Helsingfors. Um, I felt so clever doing that. I don't it's not like that clever, but I felt so happy tipping Sweden off to that while also stabbing them at the same time.
Yep. Very well
I
done.
felt like a clever little guy.
The
I take Jassy in the south. Sorry, what?
Oh, I was gonna say the Polish help while also taking one of their last. I mean, that's really. This is again. I'm looking over and going, he's playing everyone so well against each other. I hate it.
Everyone loves me. What can I say? It's my winning personality.
Yep.
I think I put that in my void or something. Like everybody like keeps trying to vassalize to me. The new Ching that subs in is like, "Don't kill me. I'll vassalize myself to you." And I'm like, "No, I mean, the writing's on the wall. I'm not gonna do that." Like I'm honest for once with them when maybe I should have played along, but I didn't want to string them along and say I would vassalize them because I'm not gonna do it. Um, Maybe that was a mistake, but yeah, I take Jassy. Austria moves over to Transylvania, which is a little weird. Um, I don't love that, but I get it, sort of, in case I start attacking them.
Hmm.
Khan, I hold, make sure that the Ottomans stay in Salonika because I don't want really anyone else to have it. Um, I think I'm just kind of playing everybody in the Mediterranean as well, telling Spain to go to Levantine and that Smyrna will help them, and then not doing it and tapping them instead so that they don't take Salonika, essentially.
Hmm.
Not that I really needed to. I don't really remember what I was doing here. But yeah, I start I've been making what are likely empty promises about building more fleets in the Black Sea to attack Spain. And I start coring Tbilisi to that effect, not knowing that Kharkov is coastal. I don't realize Kharkov is coastal for a long time, but I start coring Tbilisi so that if I ever do want to build a fleet there, I can. Um,
Because you don't have enough
I,
spots.
yeah,
And a better spot.
I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
Um, but I have nothing much else to do against the Safavids right now because things are okay. I core Tabriz just for fun, I guess. And that loses me Tehran this year, which sucks because now Safavids are also building, I believe. And now I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, because all
My
their
my
investment here is actually kind of paying off, at least in
yeah.
Arabia. Yeah.
Yeah, my crushing position becomes a little more stalemate after this, and I'm like, oh, Andrew, you idiot, what have you done?
It's still a
Should
good
have just,
position because we're trying to help
yeah.
Safavid out in the coming phases, and like you still have a really good
Mhm.
position on them. It's kind of a delaying tactic, but yeah, it's not. You can't just walk through them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think things go a little differently if I had just gotten Tehran here instead of like assuming Safavids were going to be on side,
Yep.
which is another mistake. Yeah, Luzier canned as well, which I think we discussed. But yeah, all things considered, I still go +6 this year,
Yep.
um,
And
which
I
is
also
pretty
see
great.
like you attacking Sweden. I don't love because they were actually kind of doing something against the Dutch, and then again, you're like not really anti-Spain here. I understand what you're doing, and you don't want them in
Mhm.
Greece, but I'm like, well, they're not much help to me, and if I can just hold them, that is better than anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really committing to anti-colonial at this point. I don't really care all that much,
Yep.
to be honest,
Very fair.
because I want to get in with them, and it's like, what's the point in antagonizing them if I want to get in with them? I mean, Spain. I did it again. Spain and I are like sort of kind of frenemies at this point, because I do get them to stab Austria, but I also did warn Austria about it because I want Austria to be on my side. Um, so I'm doing a lot of work in trying to get Austria to trust me and to work with me. Um,
Nice.
is this the turn where Austria loses Rome? They
Yes.
do. So I tell Austria this year because I'm talking to Spain, and Spain's like, I'd like to stab Austria. And I'm like, sure, Spain, do what you want. That's great. And then I go to Austria and I say, hey, Spain's gonna take Rome. You should protect Rome. They're going to stab you. You're welcome for this information. And then they lose Rome. And I just am like, what are you doing?
To do a half core,
I don't know. It's a little annoying. It's the first of many annoyances with Austria. They just don't listen to me.
Yep.
And I believe that I do mostly have their best interests at heart because I know if I attack them, I don't get a whole lot because I've committed against Sweden and that's going to take a lot of my time. And if I attack them, I really only get like Target Viste. And then I have an enemy on my border when I don't need them because I've just been coalitioned. So I want to work with Austria. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
I think this is my second part of my France screenshot. Is like, this is what happens 3 years later when you just hold 3 years ago. Yep.
They're gone.
They're gone. By multiple people too, you know? Just
yeah, everybody just freaking destroys them.
Yep. I don't have much on my moves. It's a quagmire. Mugles is helping me. We're trying to eliminate Ayutthaya. I'm also talking to Ayutthaya, trying to say, hey, you're gonna die here. Sorry, I'm not a. No one ever offered to vassalize to me, really, until the final turn. I wonder why, but maybe it's because I go to him and I say, hey, you're gonna die. Would you mind dying to me instead of dying to the board leader? So,
very tempting.
Oh yeah, great argument, Michael. But no, they don't. They don't have much they can do. But I'm not. Athapaska is going to do well here at the end, and we're not mentioning him too much. So I was just going to say, after Toku stabs Spain, we're all trying to get Athapaska to stab Spain in North America, at least, sorry, on the Asian side. And they don't, and again, not my best press moment. I apologize to them, because PD is a great player. I'm actually neighbors with him in a game I just subbed into, which is hilarious. But he plays this so well, and I don't blame him at all, because why would I attack Spain when I have two colonials here that are dying, and I have a lot of dots I can take off of them? And I say as much. I'm like, I get it. Like, you're gonna line this border, but why not focus over here instead of Spain if you have a good relationship with Spain? It's just extremely infuriating for our side of the board, because we really could use the help. At least just have a year where they don't put more fleets down. That would be really nice. So Toku is about the extent they get to, but it's not going to be sustainable.
Yeah. And I think these are their last offensive moves against the Qing.
Yes.
Is basically making sure Ainu doesn't get taken. And then after that, they're like, I'm done with this. And I'm like, no,
yeah. Please keep going. Yeah.
But luckily by this point, I have worked out with the Inuit a very interesting situation where they have nothing they can do with their army besides, like, help me, essentially, and they decide that they're going to be my little buddy in Siberia, and that lasts for a while because I don't want to pop them, because why would I waste my time popping a unit that is helping me? And Qing doesn't ever really pop them because it's kind of not in a great position to be doing it, so they're stuck there for a long time, this Inuit unit, and this kind of just becomes the de facto Russian army for a few years.
Yeah, why would you not like that? I mean, you spent time and effort investing in that relationship, and if they can't disband it through a winter or through moves, then yeah, you're happy to keep it around. I know when they finally do, they're so happy to disband it. Like, oh, good, I don't have to worry about this anymore.
Yeah, I did tell them. I can get to it later.
Yeah,
I'll bring it up. But yeah, they do ask me to like disband it because they don't want to be here anymore because like they can't gain and keep anything. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get to it, but you know, I can't afford it. So just kind of hang out and help me until I can do that.
Yep.
And they're like, yes, because the Inuit are good people.
Yeah.
The Inuit are very good to me this game.
Yeah, and between the two of you, they're gonna. I understand why they like you more. Yeah. So. That's all I got.
Yep. This is pretty much it.
Retreats, nothing interesting there. Pretty obvious.
Yep, Yarkand to Turkestan, so I can start to turtle down.
Look who's so far up the leaderboard now.
you are seeing Russia at its greatest territorial extent.
Yep, that's
this
why.
Is pretty much where I stay.
Yep, and that's where I wanted you to stay, because I figured top 3. I wasn't really thinking about Athapaska, but figured they would get in as long as they weren't playing too passively. It's funny looking through some of their void, because they're like, well, kind of coasting until the end of the game now. I'm like, don't coast. Go for the solo, man. You got a chance. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's, different play styles, different. It's going to work out for him. Spoiler, but not.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just proud that I got this far, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I made mistakes like dotting Yarkan, stuff like that, but I'm pretty happy with how my game went overall, and I'm very happy that I do at least get to number two this year. It makes me feel good about myself. So
Yeah, you could have subbed in and the coalition formed much earlier with a new player and died, and the opposite happened, much to my chagrin. It was very well done. Yeah.
builds. Previous Russia tells me to build in Spitsbergen, which I wasn't even considering, but given the fact that I had a hostile Sweden, it didn't seem like the worst idea, so I went for it. I was thinking about building an army to convoy like into the north of Sweden,
Mm-hmm.
but I just didn't. I didn't do it. I preferred to have a stronger, just kind of a coastal like crusher against them. I guess like they're never gonna get up here and like threaten me, and I'm always gonna have naval superiority over them in the north. So do that. Two builds against Sweden, so I can just totally destroy them. Two armies. And then the rest are just defensive land armies for trying not to die to the coalition.
See, I don't think you needed both of them. I'm not gonna
I
sit here and analyze it, but I thought maybe one over here might have been a better call to where you can actually gain, unless you think you're going to be gaining through us or flip one of us. Yeah.
maybe, but I was also talking to Safavids, I think, and they were well. Actually, I was talking to Austria, and they were saying don't build any armies in Bakhchisarai, and I was like, I don't really want to antagonize you right now, so I won't do it. Don't. I think the Safavids were telling me we can maybe have peace if I don't build an Astrakhan, which I didn't really want to anyway. Which was, it's probably a stupid thing to do.
Yeah, that probably
But
would have been where I built, and then convoy to Turkmenistan or something.
I don't know.
But
I don't really remember what I was thinking here.
that's
but
okay.
but that's pretty much it. Just defending. I don't really feel like I am gaining, so I'm trying not to lose anything
Yep, that's fair.
until I can try to peel somebody off of this thing.
Yes, I'm aware you were probably. I think I may have been the one you were pestering the least, actually, because I had the least to gain from flipping. I was happy to, at the moment, right? Because I'm still working on my south. Is like I wasn't really interested. I was fine just a stalemate here that was only costing me like really 1 or 2 units.
Yeah,
So.
I'm working hardest on Safavids, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I am basically pitching them like, all right, what if we tried to have a more equal arrangement where I just kind of help you maximize your board state if you attack the Muggles again, and obviously they don't go for it for a while. But I'm working on them. I'm trying to rebuild trust with them, partially because I want them back on side, and I think they're the easiest convert. Um, and two, because I feel kind of guilty for what I've done to them, and maybe would like to try to rekindle something a little more equal where I'm not actively killing them.
Yep. They were.
Yeah,
If I had to put money, it was going to be on them because they had worked with you before. Their press was good, but it always seemed like they were scheming, which we're all scheming. But their press gave me the biggest impression, like they're really weighing up options, and those options being staying with us or siding with you. Versus the other ones were Mugles and Ching were more passive in their conversation in the chat. So.
yeah, I am really trying to rekindle this Safavid situation. I think that's definitely why I don't build Astrakhan, is because I know if I'm going to get anywhere on this board, it's through rekindling something with the Safavids. Because Ching, I mean, come on.
Mhm.
Ming, like maybe, but that also involves killing Ching. Mughals hate me. Um, I dotted them when they were like a good ally to me, and they are really, really really big fan of like the coalition. They're like Viva la Revolution and all this stuff to me, and I'm like, yeah, you're like having fun with it. You're not gonna get anywhere uh, if I try to like convince you to come back to me.
Yep.
So Sophivids are the best bet.
Yep. And I am even like we have some like I could see us working together even at this point, but they agree to get rid of this fleet, which has been a pain since the start of the game. When we
Yeah,
were friendly, because we just didn't have a good way of getting that fleet out or away or productive. Um, Maybe we should have tried to just blow it up so they could rebuild better, but they agreed to give me back my capital and get rid of this fleet, and so that just makes me more happy with this, is because I don't really stand to gain anything terribly fast, even teaming up with you, but getting my capital
yep,
back is a must. So,
hmm yep. Can't blame you.
yeah.
I
Oh,
do pester you a lot about about changing your mind, and I do think that I have half a decent argument at certain points, but I mean, it's not an easy thing to pitch to you. So,
no, that's when I saw the customer service thing, which was funny because like you're telling, and I am friendly to you, but it's clear I'm not entertaining it at all, and so that is very
yeah.
frustrating.
I'm glad that you're not pretending, at least,
Yeah,
or like, or at least like not pretending earnestly.
I'm
Like I
not
appreciate
lying.
that,
Yeah, yeah.
but it does sometimes feel. I didn't mean that as like an insult. I hope it wasn't taken that way, but
No.
it was. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, I called you a super snake, so the insults
Yeah,
go both ways.
whatever. I mean, I kind of am.
Yeah. And I do. I come off cheerful even when I'm like having my knives out pointed at you, so that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Spring 1647. Um,
What's
uh,
there to say?
yeah, I got two notes. I'm coordinating with Toku against Spain, but again, with how many fleets they can build, even if we're in Philippine Sea and Luzon and China Sea, we still can't take Manila because they could sit here in Cebu and Mindoro. It's just like, okay, that it again, we still don't have Formosa. I mean, we're gonna get it finally, but holy cow. So this was not, if I'm playing Ming again, I know this was a very strong colonial game, and maybe things are different, but that was not the expansion path I was hoping. I was planning to be down here by now, and I am nowhere close to that.
Yeah, I saw like game Ming like doing well. The maps that I looked at, just at other games, they were always like all up in Indonesia and just had like a big presence there. So I figured pitching a cooperation with you would be feasible kind of based on that brief analysis I had done because I knew you probably wanted to go that way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it didn't really pan out because they were just so strong down there.
Yep, yep. Could just leave so much of this open completely, basically. And I know we're not probably like touching it. There is like a Dutch stab against Spain and a Spain stab against Dutch, but it's never the game changer that, like, even Spain's like, yeah, Dutch stabbed me once, but they only got 8 centers out of it, so I think I'm still gonna work with them. I'm like, what?
I did not get that message from them.
Oh yeah, it was in the void, in their void. They didn't send that to me
Oh,
either.
okay.
Yeah, but they're like, no, we're gonna patch it up here. I'm like, okay, cool, that's all right. But no,
Are we?
I don't have anything interesting here.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite yet at the phase where we think they're throwing to the Dutch. But there is that year coming up, and that was a very weird year. I don't even know how to explain that. But for now, Asia is just, for me at least, stalemate, big ol' stalemate.
Yep. Oh yeah, this
Just kind
is
of trying to position myself so that I don't lose anything. Um, yeah. I
yeah.
lose Uzgen, I believe. Which was guaranteed. I was guaranteed to lose that essentially, at least in the near future. I am trying to rekindle something with the Safavids, so I don't really attack them in Tehran. As you can see, I kind of just hang out and move defensively into Sunik and just kind of establish a border where it's like, all right, come get me. Like you can't do anything. So let's talk about this later.
I wanted them to
Um,
go to Turkmenistan here. They
yeah, that would have been smart for them.
Yep. I said,
Turkmenistan they never go into, and I'm glad they never do because it was something. It was one of like the two gaps in my line that I was worried about.
I don't know in what universe they think this does anything at all.
I, I'm not sure what. Oh, I told them. Hold on. Can we look at the West for a second? Because I
Yes.
think I did tell them I was going to leave Tabriz for them or something like that to that effect. Because I think Austria had been messing with me or doing something. No, it doesn't look like they're really messing with me. I think it's premature. I don't know what they're doing.
Yep, I agree. I'm like, man, if you could have got up here and we could have done some threats on Kiev, and this is where it's like, this is taking more brain power than I want. I'm not getting anything out of it. I'm just trying to help you. Like, I don't. The tactics weren't that fun or interesting, and yet here I was having to draw it up every year. And I wasn't a fan. Yeah.
I did notice everybody started doing the same thing every year, essentially, and I was like, why don't they ever change it up? But
Yeah.
there wasn't a ton you could do.
Yeah, it was like, we don't really think we're going to gain that much, so we didn't go all out aggressive moves. We didn't want to, like, just like you, we didn't want to risk you cracking through somehow.
Yep.
And what that means is it's just kind of a bunch of arrows that almost do nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's off of a thing that's hard to explain. I don't know what I was doing there. I think I was trying to build trust with them by saying, oh, I'm not going to go for Tehran, but why would they not defend it anyway? It's very bizarre.
Yep. And like, you're moving down to stop this, but
Yep.
but we could have, I think after this we could have put, we're going too much into the tactics, but like, we could have forced Kiva, and I was moving up so that we could use this as a mover and not just support hold and like push behind, so we could be a little more aggressive, but it's a whole bunch of nothing.
Yep. I was worried about Yarkand starting to be able to move on me, but it never really happened.
Yep.
Stalemate. Anyway,
Stalemate.
The West.
Oh yeah, the West.
Let's start over here again.
Mm-hmm.
Attacking Sweden, big deal. It's pretty standard stuff. It's nothing. The only creative thing I do is I let them into Pskov, so that they're out of Helsingfors, because I knew they were going to move with Helsingfors, and now I have 2 on Helsingfors, and they have to go back, which I think I let them do, and then I take Pskov. I do a couple tactics things that I think are a little clever this game, and I'm a little proud of them.
Yeah,
it's kind of one of them.
I always love that, where it's like, well, they know I have 2 units on this, so they need to put 2 units on it, and then I can do this instead. And when it works, it's always so satisfying.
Yep, it's fun. Let's see what's going on with Austria.
Oh,
Austria
here you're even helping Spain. So there's another notch against you. I'm like, stop, please stop.
I don't want them to attack me.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
No, it's fair.
I'm not sure what Austria is doing to me right now. I forget exactly what they're doing.
They're just hoping, I guess, you moved out of Jassy. Or
I think they're trying to keep me from moving to Targoviste, I guess. But why would you not just go to Targoviste? I think we agreed to DMZ it. So they went to... Yeah, that's what we did. We agreed to a DMZ where they would move into Jassy so I don't go anywhere else, and they don't have to go into Targoviste. And then I can go down to Kiev, and then we can bounce in Jassy later or something. It never works out. It turns out not working, but there was something about a DMZ here, so that's, I think, why they did that. Maybe we're getting too into the nitty-gritty right now, essentially. But,
yeah,
I think this is the year where I let Spain kill the Ottomans in Salonika, because I'm kind of just done with them.
Mm-hmm. Well, they were kind of done themselves with the game, so. And like, seeing this fall apart, and Abyssinia, really, like, yeah, it's a whole lot of. I was constantly trying to get people to attack Spain and Dutch, and they did a little bit, but never the way I wanted.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I've got nothing else here unless you got something.
Nope, it's a little fuzzy right here. I don't really remember this year.
Yeah, that's why I don't mind spending more time on the earlier game, because when you get, especially in the later years, it's kind of like, well, it kind of moves a little faster. Yeah.
Yeah, these are the people that are going to win. And
Yeah.
this is people who are stuck doing nothing for a month.
Yeah, we even get Kikihar back. Like that was nice. That was
Yep.
progress.
Yep. I knew I was gonna lose it, so I kind of tried to position around it in a better way.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. And then I think I get it back later. It's like a whole thing.
I have no notes
Yep.
for this phase. This is the fall of 47. I don't have to talk about I'm moving in on IU. I don't want Dutch to have the dots. I'm holding the wall, and the South China Sea area is just still terrible. Like we're barely holding on here. So not much for me, but
Yep. Stalemate all along Asia. Very fun, very cool. We love it. Um, Against Safavids, they kind of just let me into Kurdistan. But I think they end up building this year anyway, so it doesn't really do anything for me. Trying to get pressure on Tehran. They're trying to core Baghdad, so I tap it.
yeah, that's
I
smart.
don't want them doing that. Um, and okay, so I think this is the year. So before this, I had been pitching very strongly to Austria that I think it makes sense for us to be pretty solid allies here,
Hmm.
because they can't really attack much into me. I can't really attack very easily into them. They've got the Netherlands and Spain at war with them, and they're the board leaders, so please go attack them. We've kind of got a mutual enemy in like Poland and Spain where we can make gains. I can kind of let you focus on mainland Europe and I will focus on Asia. Just please leave me alone and I'll leave you alone and we'll work together at getting mutual gains. Like we'll divvy up, like we'll get you Salonika, we'll do all this great stuff. And I think it's a good pitch. And Austria is like, yeah, that sounds like a good pitch. That sounds great. Um, and then they just move everything at me, and I'm like, ah, fuck.
And not
And
even
because
for a single dot, right? They're not
nope,
even getting anything off of you. Yeah.
I get stabs when they are the right thing to do, but I hate being stabbed when I think that the other person did something that was not in their best interest. And this happens repeatedly with Austria, where I think we're good natural allies. I want to work with them genuinely. They tell me, oh, I would like to work with you now. This is great. Or give some excuse as to what they're doing. I think this year the excuse was that I wasn't moving against Spain, which is fair. And I'm like, all right, if you need me to commit against Spain, that's what I'll do. Um, and so I really, really wanted to work with Austria. And then they will disappoint me in some way. And then I get just a little more angry and feel a little more like a fool every time it happens. But I really want to work with them.
What are
So
they
I feel
on?
like
Oh, they're only halfway there right now. 17. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, they're pretty close to the top, all things considered. And I think that they have a path, maybe. I don't know. I don't really look at the map and try to like game these things out because I hate it. I'm more of like a vibes based player in
Yeah.
a way,
Yeah.
a little bit, not always, but sometimes. But
I don't like doing the
yeah,
math just because it's tedious and a lot of times
yep, it's
doesn't
tedious.
matter. But for Austria, my partner just played an Austria game, so I was
Mhm.
following along. And man, if you don't invest in the med and have some kind of presence in the med, this is what happens. Is like, hey, you did great
Yep,
in Europe, but where do you go from here? You're never going to be able to fight these fleets because you're all bottled up back here. So that kills a big expansion path for you, and then usually there's someone else in Europe that's bothering you. I agree. I would have liked to see them go after the board leader. That would have gotten
yep,
several people off their back because hey, you're keeping the game going as long as you're attacking that way.
yep.
But they're just not set up for that, and they're further not setting themselves up for that.
Yeah, they're just moving everything against me where they're going to get really nothing of consequence.
Yeah,
And
you got a good line. Yeah, yeah,
even if I totally collapse, like I have enough units here, and if you do this to me while I'm trying to help you and you're agreeing with me that my analysis is sound and that you want to work with me, I'm gonna get pissed off enough that I'm gonna disband somewhere else, which is
yeah.
what I do eventually, because these Austria at some point like just pisses me off to the point where I'm like, I'm going to move things off of like the Safavid front and come attack you because I hate you. I get kind of tilted.
No, I think it's
Just because I
very fair. Yeah.
But right now, this is the first of many betrayals. We decided to do a supported self bounce in Target Vista this year, and they cut me so that they can get into it. And I'm like, dude.
Congrats,
And
so you
they're
got
like,
into
you're
your own
helping.
dot. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, well, you're helping Spain. I need a commitment from you against Spain. You haven't built any fleets or anything. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I get it. I will help you against Spain. If that's what you need, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
See how it
That's the
plays
only
out.
interesting thing
Yeah,
that
this is
goes
all
on this
boring.
year.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll keep it going. Retreats are boring as well.
I think I took Trondheim or something, but I lost some other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll finish this off eventually. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't.
You'll see why I don't.
Athabasca finally gets up here. At this point, I think I even sent a message at this point like, oh, maybe I should not be encouraging this Spain stab because this year and next year, like the way the board, and I saw they did a lot of math. They, of course, Petey, he's the guy that makes the graphs, so he's very, good on the math, and he was doing all these counts, and I was like, yeah, but that's only 1 year. Like if you stab and yeah, you don't quite get the separation you need to solo after 1 year, but they're also not building and having to disband somewhere, and like I think you're discounting the snowball centers more than you should, but it works out for them. But yeah, this is the point where I kind of back off because one, I've been talking about it for 2 years and they've never said no, but they're clearly not doing it. They're moving around that border and not helping at all, so I'm like, okay, that's not going to happen.
At some point, you feel annoying doing that.
yeah. At some point, I sent like the rude message to. So I'm just like, sorry, man. Play your game. You're doing great. I'm gonna.
Did you send that to them, or was that just something you sent like to me or to your void or something?
I definitely sent some like decently. I mean, it was all within the game. There's no personal attacks or anything, but
Yeah.
it was just like, I'm like, this isn't being productive, and I'm not enjoying sending these messages, and it's not having an impact. So let's stop. But man, I see like this just and two Spanish armies here. So
I couldn't resist that. There's no way.
thank you.
There's no way. Like,
Yeah.
sorry, dude, you're dying.
But
Almost like I'm definitely for sure getting you into the impunity, and I know I can also get there, but it looks so good.
that's 1, 2, 3
Three.
guaranteed, and then let's be honest, 4 and 5 pretty easy, and then there's just nothing back here. This is all fleets. There's
Even building more fleets right now.
Yep, an army down here is not going to get up there. This is a different play style, so I couldn't resist
it
this.
Works.
Yep.
It ends up working for them, I guess.
Yeah. So I think this is right. Hopefully, stop messaging there, but I'd have to look at press. But moving on. Oh, Toku was offering. I had a note for the spring. Toku was offering ATHA centers as well. I don't know what centers they were offering them, but they got offered centers by Toku and even Spain for the solo, and they weren't interested. They do take dots. Like, let's be honest. Be fair to them. But it's all like mostly arranged, and hey, I could take a lot. Do you mind if I take a little? Yeah, that's okay. I'm like, dang, that is an annoying place.
Nice.
Yeah, it works. It is amazing. And being their neighbor now, I'm like, oh, I see how you do it. So it's really impressive. But in builds, we just get 2 more Spanish fleets, and so this area is.
Hooray!
Yep. Can't do anything about this. This fleet finally comes off when it was finally actually maybe being helpful. So that was kind of sad to see go. But yeah, I got nothing for the spring. So whatever you want to talk about here, you go for it.
Yeah, I don't think I build this year. It's kind of a miracle that I don't disband, I feel like. But
yeah, you go +0. Yep, you're correct.
Yep. Stalemate. Nothing interesting happening. I think I make a move on Kikihara again. Just because my positioning is a little better, but besides that, nothing interesting. At this point, Austria has made me a little angry, and I realize I'm not getting anywhere with the SAFs, so I basically say, take Trebizond, because you can force it anyway, because I need the Black Sea for other stuff, I'm gonna pull back a little bit. Let's stop fighting, please. Um, I don't know how well it's received, but they do take it. Um, so I think that this is just me trying to build a little more trust with the Safs here.
Yep.
Just like, hey, I took this from you. I wronged you. You can have it back. I've got someone that's wronging me, and I want revenge on them. So let's try to make peace. I move out of Kurdistan. Let's just try to do like a defensive border here, and hopefully someday I will convince Safs not to be part of this block anymore that's united against me.
Oh yeah, this is more like okay, Softwood will flip eventually. Like you took a
Yep.
this was almost not guaranteed, but actually it could have been guaranteed. But yeah, I'm like, oh, he is. There is a lot of negotiation going on here, and I think it leads to
Yep.
Safavid breaking this alliance.
Yep. In the West, still attacking Sweden, I believe. Yeah, I support Poland up into Umeå. I'm moving things into Pskov. I'm really, really trying to work with Austria because it's like, look, Austria, look at these Swedish dots that I'll give you. You can have these Swedish dots. I will work with you. I don't want any of this stuff. Just please keep attacking Spain and the Netherlands and Sweden, and I'll be your friend. And Austria is like, wow, that's so great. I love it. And then they attack me again.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
so angry.
yeah.
It's like, come on, man. Oh, and they tell me like that I don't know, they convinced me in some way that they didn't believe I was going to move against uh, Spain and that they would leave Jassy in the fall and move out to Ruthenia as I supported Ruthenia up to Warsaw. I was like, no hard feelings. You haven't taken anything permanently. I understand that it doesn't make you wouldn't see me attacking Spain so committally here, but I have. Look at me go. I'm moving into Khan. I'm moving out of the Black Sea. I've taken Salonika with your help, which we then like post about in like the anti-colonial chat, and
Yeah.
we're like, look at us, we're working together against
Spain.
Spain here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Austria, do you believe me now? Do you believe that I want to freaking work with you here? And they're like, yeah, I believe you. All right, sorry for taking Jassy. I will move out and I will help attack Sweden with you because you're going to give me a free dot in Warsaw. And I was like, yes, I am. Please take it. And we'll see if they take it. And
Yeah.
that's as you can
Yeah.
see, like they're pushing back against Spain in the Med
Hmm.
an okay amount here. And I'm like, we can make this work, Austria, please. Let's work together. We can do this. I think that we can really make this work.
They're moving toward Netherlands.
Yep.
Yeah. I also like I mean Jassy I guess kind of makes sense, but yeah, I would want since I can't get my fleets far enough ahead to deal with Spain, I want your fleets to help. And like if I have to
Yeah.
give you Greece or if I have to point you towards Tripoli or whatever, but I don't have the fleets to deal with Spain, and so I don't think antagonizing you, like you're never going to hold as Austria, you're never going to hold Constantinople or Okachiv because your fleets will
Yeah.
always annoy them. So like, what are they
Yep.
getting out of this stab? Maybe Jassy Kiev will know, and then yeah, but
Assuming they get through Sweden.
assuming they get through Sweden, yeah.
And like the weird thing is why support me into Khan? I mean into Salonika and also screw me and Jassy.
Yeah.
Like you can't do this. You can't play both sides and expect us not to go, that's weird. What Austria is doing to us. And actually you can see Spain moves Salonika to Khan here, expecting to get the support from Austria.
Hmm.
So that's another reason where I kind of believe maybe Austria is telling me the truth because they fucked over Spain on my behalf in Greece, and maybe they were just hedging their bets here in Jassy. So this year we really do a lot of talking. We do a lot of soul searching here, and agree that we're going to work together and that we can put our bygones aside. I'm a very forgiving person. Um, I don't know how many other people would be as forgiving in this situation, but that's what I go for just because I really think I need to work with Austria, and we'll see how the fall goes.
Yep. I think about this time too. Like I also have a bit of a stats, or I enjoy the statistics. That's why PD is one of my favorite people for all the stats.
Hmm.
But if you look at the average end year of a Imperial Diplomacy game through the last completed round, right? Because it's not fair to include this round where, of course, the games have, some games have finished and some haven't. It's skewing. It would skew the results. So
Yeah.
the average end year is 1651, and we're in 1648. So maybe 2 to 3 more years.
Hmm.
And I'm not halfway there. You're there, but you're getting stalemated. And
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it, I feel like, at this point.
yep. And looking at PD's void, Athapaska's void, the good players, you have to be aware of that pace. You have to be aware of, am I growing fast enough to get to where I need to be? And that should influence when you're stabbing, how aggressive you're being. Because if you play too passively or you get bogged down, um, even if you play a good game, which I think both of us have played decent games, you're just not going to make it in time. You're gonna lose the race. Yeah.
Yep.
So good ImpDip lesson, I guess, and I probably learned it way later than I should, and hopefully it helps someone. But I'm gonna head to fall. Oh, so
There it is again. Number 2.
Oh my gosh.
Or that might have been number 3. I don't know if I missed it before. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
Is this spring of next year?
Fall 48.
Oh, this is fall, right.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see, we'll start in the West because I had just been talking about it, and it's the most interesting thing happening, in my opinion, at least because I like to talk about myself. Um, I'm attacking Sweden pretty brutally here. Take Narva and Helsingfors, which is pretty great. I really need that to, keep going. Um, but as you can see, Austria has once again fucked me.
Oh my gosh.
Look what they do to me. Like, why are you doing this?
It's
You're not
not.
gonna get that much.
Yeah. Why? Ugh.
They even offer Spain support into Salonika, which I bet Spain doesn't even believe. But it's like, what is your end game here? You can't just keep going back and forth forever, or you're not gonna progress anywhere with anyone. So I lose Smyrna because Austria screwed me. I don't lose Salonika or Khan. I lose Jassy, and I'm pissed. This is the point where I'm like, Austria, I want to freaking like wring your neck. Like I hate you because we had so much soul searching. We were having really good talks, and like they had good press. Like their press was in a way like it was. I could tell they were understanding, processing, and agreeing with what I was saying, not just like yes manning me. I felt like, and I think that they kind of understood, and I had made very generous offers to them. Like I was like, if we work together and you are really dominating Europe, but you're running out of places to go, and I'm doing well, I would be willing to maybe, if I'm doing well, I would be able to donate you, like a couple of centers to keep us even. Like this is how committed I am, is that I'm willing to like give you centers to like maybe he doesn't believe it. I like half believe it, but it is something that I am willing to do if the relationship goes well and this digs me out of the hole that I'm in. Because I really want to clean up Sweden, and then I have some good builds to kind of maybe break out of the stalemate that I'm in. If I can just ally Austria, get gains, and like find somewhere else to break through. And so that's what I really, really need. And the fact that Austria screws me here for nothing, besides like Jassy, makes me so angry.
Yeah, it looks you're even going to give them Jassy. Like you're not trying to take it back. You are very wary. That's what these moves is like. I am wary of what Austria is doing, and so I'm just going to support hold.
I Wilno supports them into Warsaw, which they would have taken. I
Oh my
think
gosh.
actually, if they had used Krakow like I told them to support Ruthenia up, they would have gotten Warsaw. And that was our plan, was Ruthenia to Warsaw, Jassy out to Ruthenia. We have a nice demilitarized border now. Kumbaya, we're both friends again, and we can eat Sweden. You can focus on eating the board tops where you can, fighting them, and I will help you in the Mediterranean with my 2 fleets that I have here, which will help you. Except now I lose one. So due to Austria cutting me in Khan, I lose Smyrna, and the only place I can retreat to is over there, and I'm like, I'm not doing that because Austria is attacking me. So I pop it, I put it in back to Sarai in the winter, and I'm like, okay, Austria, you lose, you can't get anything from me anymore, and I hate you.
Yep.
And Austria's like, oh, great.
Very
And
fair.
at the same time, after I see these moves, I'm like, Sweden, buddy, like I'm gonna go back to you. Because clearly I cannot work with Austria. They're not rational. I will help you. I will leave you Helsingfors. I will move my armies back down south towards Austria. I hate them. I'm going to help you recover. I'll help you kill Poland. You can see I'm a little angry because I'm like, I'm basically giving Sweden like everything here. I'm like, I'm going to leave. You do what you want. Um, I believe if we move to retreats, they retreat to Pskov, and I tell them to leave it on the board because I will give you Helsingfors back.
Wow.
Um,
I think the Dutch
I'm
work some magic here too. Like they're mostly like they're getting support from Austria. I really wanted
mhm.
Austria to take this down. This was
Yes, I did too.
the best chance I think for the Dutch not to be in impunity.
Yep.
And they kudos to them. Like, did they get your support into Christiana? Is this a convoy that you're supporting up?
I am, yeah.
See, did not see. I'm like, good job, Dutch. That's
I
amazing
forget
work.
about that. I'm kind of hedging my bets because I don't really incredibly trust Austria. So I think the Dutch come to me and are like, help me into Christianity. And I'm like, sure, if you'll help me later in like the UK area, like I want some gains out there with my fleets. I'm like, you can have Christianity and I'll help you later. I mostly just don't want the Dutch helping Sweden. I'd rather have Sweden going down here. So I'm like, maybe I'll take this later if I have to. Maybe it's not the smartest play, but it's just what I do.
Yeah,
So
well, that's fine. Oh, I think we get tired of all the arrows, so we just all support hold here.
yeah, I kind of have a set of moves where I can guarantee I don't lose anything along the center, and I just do that every year. And I think you guys realize that, and you just kind of give up. And most of my actions in the east, I believe I finally let Inuit die here. Um, it's not the most intelligent play, but I don't want to alienate them by telling them to do things where they can never get their army disbanded and have them like move to Yakutsk or retreat there. So I'm like, Inuit, let them into Nivix and then they can pop you, and that's what happens.
Oh yeah, this is where they turn down the free retreat into a dot, and they just disband instead of
Yeah,
yeah
there's another retreat to Moscow.
yeah.
Um, so yeah, the Inuit, I was telling them before this because we knew basically they were gonna get popped. I was like, maybe I'll let you into Yakutsk because like you've been a good friend to me. And I know that this army is kind of sharing my interests. So maybe I'll let you like retreat to Yakutsk if that happens. But I need the build from disbanding Smyrna so that I can build against Austria and hold Ochakiv because I'm going to lose it if I don't do that. So I'm like, Inuit, I'm sorry, but please don't retreat to Yakutsk. I need the build. I'm like seeing red. I'm like, please don't do it. I need to stop Austria. I need them to suffer for what they've done. And Inuit being the good guy that they are, they don't retreat to Yakutsk, and I'm able to hold against Austria. So big props to you, Inuit, for not doing that.
Yeah, we wanted to them too, and they were
I
like,
know they were telling me.
and they were like, no, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm like, honestly, valid. I'm not too angry about that. I get it.
Yeah, like what are they gonna do with the army Yakutsk after this? They're just gonna be taking orders from me again, unless they want to go be a raider against the Russians, which I've given them no reason to do that.
Because they've also like they can't even build except
No,
like way back here. So
yeah, they're totally
um,
stranded. It's over for them in Asia.
yeah, this is not fun to see. Athletes who have nothing better to do. I'm like, you have something better to do. What are you doing over here?
Yeah, I didn't like them next to Yakutsk. I didn't really talk to them about it because I didn't want to give them any ideas. But I
Yeah.
was like, ah.
Yep.
Um,
We did finally
so
take
yeah,
Formosa this phase, but it was the Toku wanted it, and I'm like,
Uh,
man, I've wanted this the
that
entire
sucks.
time. But
That's so sad.
yeah. But they're like, well, I have a better build against the Colonials. I'm like, you know what? You do. I'm gonna build, and it's gonna take too long to get there. You can build Ito and push out their NPO. So okay, you take it. Like it.
Fair enough.
I'm not unreasonable. So
Let it be known that Michael is reasonable.
I can see logic, and if I have someone I'm pushing with, then it makes more sense. And yep. And they've been very nice. I mean, there were several times they could have stabbed more. I think I forget. Eventually, we swapped Okinawa and Fusan back. Like we've worked in concert with each other very well, and trying to keep doing that.
Yep. Um,
That was just retreats. I was keeping us going. I'm not sticking to our timeline as best I can, but
yeah.
but the last
Well,
couple of years are not. This is probably the last interesting year, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Basically this year, my main goal is Austria needs to die. So I basically tell Sweden, like, look at Sweden's position here. This sucks. This is so bad for them. I'm like, Sweden, I will help you take Umeå. I will walk out of Helsingfors. Pskov can take it back. Also, at this point, there's a new Sweden. There's been a new Sweden for a few years now. A little bit after I originally stabbed Sweden, they sub out, and there's a new Sweden. But it's not really that consequential. So walk into Helsingfors. I'm moving everything towards Austria. Please help me against Austria. If you want, that would be great.
I think that's
Yeah.
fair. I mean, you've laid out why. I mean, from a macros perspective, yes, you'd want them fighting the Dutch, who have just plopped down 2 armies, and what they go +9, +9. And it's just like,
Yeah,
oh
+9.
my gosh, it's.
Is this the phase where they stab Sweden, I mean Spain, really hard? No, Spain goes like -9 or something on one phase in the future.
It's
And we're all
the
like, what are they doing?
yeah, it's the next phase. Yep.
Yeah.
Which we might as well
Yeah.
go to. Yeah.
Yeah, we might as well look at moves. So I keep to my word. I help Sweden get Umeå back. Bye, Poland. You've been a good vassal, but I just killed you.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sweden walks back in. I think, oh yeah, they even let me have Wilno, just because they want to walk into Gdansk and make sure that Austria doesn't walk into it. We kind of rekindle our alliance, Sweden and I. And I feel pretty all right about that. It makes me happy to have Sweden back on side against Austria at this pivotal moment. Austria can't do much to me. I kind of just leave Khan to go back into the Black Sea because I need the units there to make sure Austria can't push me. Salonika, I leave to Spain because I don't care anymore.
Yep. Yep. Army out there is not doing anything. Yeah.
No, it's not. I always hated having an army there. It sucked.
Mhm.
And that's why I kept telling Austria that I didn't want to move against Spain, is because I didn't want to have a Salonika, because like what's it gonna do? It sucks. So I keep telling them, oh, I want to have a fleet there instead. It never really works out. Now I'm helping the Dutch, I guess.
Yeah. Not a
I'm
fan.
not sure. Yeah, I guess. I mean, they're fighting Austria, so maybe I'm seeing red, and I'm like, whatever, I'll help you.
Yep.
They were a good player though. This was like the third Dutch.
Third
we had
Dutch
pretty
was
decent-
best Dutch. Yeah.
We had pretty decent press. So I was just like, whatever, I'll help you. What else are these fleets gonna do? Attack you?
I think that
It's
is
not gonna get me anywhere.
pretty unusual. Is Dutch was almost the board top for the entire game, played by 4 different people through the course of the game, and managed to mostly keep alliances, like there. If you look at their void, the older Dutches are still in the void, and so it wasn't
Wow.
quite like a council, but there was a lot of continuity between the Dutch, which I think is really cool. But the third Dutch was the most reasonable. Of course, they were the one that finally gave it Formosa, so of course I would say that. But they also like shared a little bit of information that was helpful. And I was like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, you're board top. I'm trying to stop you, and also like I don't quite trust what you're saying, even though you are actually. If this had been year 1, we would be establishing a great repertoire. But it's in game, and I got to do what I got to do. And they're like, yep, I get it.
Yeah.
So
It's this year. Oh, this is also the year I finally get Saps on side.
Yep.
So I get saps on side. I'm moving off of them. I convoy an army away. Things are looking nice between us again. Help them into Yarkand. Just happy to be doing something that's not the stalemate. That stalemate, it didn't. I feel like it didn't last that long in this video, but there were a lot of delays. I feel like during that, and it felt forever. It felt so long. So I was so happy to finally be free of it.
It was probably like 3 weeks real world time. Yeah. So that
So bad.
and it was terrible
I'm
for
also.
all of us. And some players were even saying that they're like, "This isn't good for anyone." And like, I'm like, "Yeah, I
Mhm.
agree," but I felt like the game would be wrapping up right now if we didn't try this. So, but
Yeah. I'm also in peace talks with the Qing because I know I'm never going to get anywhere now that Inuit's gone. So I give up Yakutsk. I tell them I'm gonna walk out of Kikihar. I move into Aldan, which is a mistake. Uh, I should have walked to Yakutsk, but I thought they were gonna try something clever with Amur and try to like dislodge it because I didn't think they would expect they could actually get into Yakutsk. Maybe I've overestimated them and then made a mistake. But
yeah, this would have been
I was already
this
telling
would
them
have
I was gonna do it.
yeah, this would have been great if Safavin hadn't stabbed. Like this would give some
Yep.
kind of opportunity.
Yeah, because I know I'm gonna lose this stuff. You're just in position for it. That this is like my weak area. So I'm like, Ching, let's make peace. I'll give you Yakutsk. I'll give you Kikihar. I just don't want to do this anymore. And I already know I'm not winning at this point. Like it's pretty clear. So I'm okay to kind of just do something like this.
Yeah, in fact, we're pretty sure because neither of us, we both admitted we're not the best dot counter, but it's looking very likely that this is a three-way victory at the end of the year, or a two-way. Yeah, because of this. This is where I threw out, where I made some throw accusations that I
Mm.
need to completely apologize because Spain just sent the Dutch their entire moveset, and the Dutch took that and was like, "Great, I will." So when I reach out to
Oh,
Spain and I'm angry that they're throwing the game, and my argument is, you're supporting yourself into a unit, you're not moving. This isn't like doing anything. They move out of
mm,
Bahamas. They like intentionally. It looks like they're intentionally giving up like 3 or 4 or 5 dots here, and like they're getting moved on here. They're moving out of this dot. This looks like a throw without knowing
it
anything.
does.
No, they just gave them their entire move set, and the Dutch said, "Thank you. I will use this to maximally stab you." And then immediately after this phase, they were like, "Do not provide anyone your entire move set." But so my apologies on, oh, and this too, like this whole like Congo line that perfectly works out. Yes, yes, they go into Sonora, but to see all of this moves, I'm like, okay, Spain's just throwing to the Dutch and to Athabasca because
Mhm.
they don't think they're going to win. So, but it was not. It was Athabasca having a relationship I did not understand, but was, I think, very productive and probably fun for both of them. And even towards the end of the game, Spain is trying to get into the impunity. They are trying the entire time. There are no throw accusations at this point. It was just in the heat of the moment. But
Yeah.
that looked terrible, just so terrible.
Yeah, it's really hard to look at this and not think it's a stab. I mean, a throw.
Mhm.
I did ask Spain about it. They did not tell me about the move thing. And they didn't tell me that. They were just like, no, I'm not throwing. Dutch just stabbed me. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if I believe you.
Oh, that's what they
And I
told me
think,
too. This was all post reading press.
oh, you just
Yep.
found this reading press.
They
Okay.
didn't tell me they shared their whole move set. Yeah.
I feel like
Um,
it would have been productive for them to maybe counter accusations with that, but whatever.
yeah.
And I think at um, this point is where I make like my funny chat about everybody like walking out of their centers
Yeah.
because I see that Spain is like it looks like they're actively throwing to end the game, and I'm like maybe everybody else should throw to me, and it's a joke. It's a joke, but I found it funny to do a little creative writing, and obviously nobody does it, but whatever.
Yep. No, it was very funny, and I contributed as well. I thought it was great, but again, like they're not helping them, or they're not pushing against them here, and then they're getting
No.
moved on, and I'm like, well, there's just not much we can do about this. Like if Spain is either actively throwing or just continuing to not attack the Dutch, it's in pretty bad shape.
Yep. And it looks like the game is going to end this year, which I think informs a few of our decisions going forward.
Oh, it sure does. Yes, I see this and I go start talking to you guys and like, well, I think the fall is the last turn of the game and I'm going to maximize my center count because for some reason I care about IDR, you know, a completely made up ranking system that is dudiously barely kept up. I mean, shout out to the people putting effort into that. I love it. I do look at it, but I don't know. I was just like, let's have some fun at the end. And that informs my fall. I don't know. The spring was, I think you'll be more interested in the fall too.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, if the game ends this year, I'm getting Formosa. I have tried too hard for too long. I don't care if Toku's my ally. I will end this game in Formosa, and that's my personal win condition.
It's a matter of pride. I get it.
Yep, that's what it was. And then I go ahead and get Amami. And Toku and I have worked together the entire game besides that little spat, you know, which got worked out really quickly. So they're not a fan to see this, but I thought we were done. And we were almost done. We were at 31% separation. And I think it was like if they had just like held Mandara or something, it would have made the difference. Like it was very, very close to ending the game here. And then I go to Southvid and say, hey, looks like you're attacking Mughals. I'm in. I got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Because we're not going anywhere. We're not doing anything. So why not? I think I go to you and talk about this too, right? Going on in on Qing.
Yeah. This is where you rejoin the dark side.
Yeah.
And now we're working together until pretty much the end.
Yeah.
Just trying to beat Qing down as much as we can. And that's why I bumped them out of Yakutsk. I forced them out after agreeing that I was going to take it. Because you come to me and you're like, hey, game's ending. Let's just like get some dots. And I'm like, sure, buddy. and then I screw the Qing right after making them a peace deal. And they're like, dude, you stabbed so much. And I'm like, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't want to give up dots if like I didn't have to. Like I've got the Ming again. Like I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
So,
We both owe the Qing sub, and they had a tough position. I would say for all the sub quality in this game was great. Like even Sweden is still trying super hard, even though this is not a fun position to be in, like you said. Everyone in my area, right? I know Congo, and there was a few like kind of meh attempts at playing, but everyone in my area, even Qing to the end, were making the best moves they could, and that really did improve the quality of the game, regardless of me screaming throw about this situation.
yeah. So. I gotta give the Qing props and apologize for what I did to them repeatedly.
Yeah, they were good.
Mm-hmm.
I take this Kabul support, and we agree even before, if the game went on, that I would give it back to him and just use this as to get around the Himalayas and get down into Mughals. So that wasn't, it was like, hey, let me just get ahead of you and we can figure that out.
Yeah, I think that the game is going to end this year also, and I could maybe try for something, like I could go for Trebizond or something if I really want to. It's not much I can do against Safs, but I kind of decide at this point, oh, if the game's just gonna end here, I'll just like leave the Safs alone because I already screwed them over so badly once.
Yep.
But the game doesn't end, and we'll see how that goes. I'm holding against Austria. Spain is helping me hold Khan, which I appreciate. I have Spain on side against Austria here. Let's see. I'm helping Sweden, just because I want to screw Austria in any way I possibly can before the end of the game.
Yeah, you were telling me how angry you were, and part of my mind was like, oh, he's doing that thing where he's pointing a finger somewhere else to keep me distracted. But then a few more messages, I was like, no, he's really mad at Austria.
No, I'm not doing psyops at this point. Yeah. Like I know I'm probably not going to win. So like, what's the point?
Yeah, sorry to contribute to that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
I had fun.
yeah. The last 2 years we'll definitely go through, but it's not terribly interesting in our area. It's really interesting. I wish Abyssinia would do an AAR because their last 2 years are amazing.
Oh yeah.
To get to spoiler, they Abyssinia, Dutch, and Athabasca win this game. And looking at this board with 2 years remaining, I don't think anyone would put just those three in a victory circle.
Oh yeah. It was crazy.
Yep, because I was still always trying to get them to attack the Dutch, right? Of course, Portugal is on side. You can squeeze this position, and that helps prolong the game, which I need. But I didn't. I'd have to. I haven't read their void. I'd love to see. I always love the convoy attempt down here, but yeah, they do great in the last 2 years. But we're not. Neither of us are going to be able to speak too much about it.
Yeah, Abyssinia is another really strong conversationalist. So sometimes they would come check up on me because we had a common interest in the Safavids a little bit. Um, and I kind of just end up venting to them a lot.
Yep,
Just
me too.
because it's someone to talk to. And I think they do sort of use that against me a little bit, but whatever. I mean, I'm not going to win anyway. But
No, Ajuran.
they're a very good player.
Yeah, Ajuran was also good. They made the not a mistake, but they were one of the ones that tried to act against the colonials earliest and got absolutely demolished for it. And I told them afterwards, I'm like, hey, you saw the threat, you tried, it just didn't work out. But Abyssinia, once Ajuran was gone, I talked a lot more to them. And they were also number crunching and just fun to talk to. Like, that's all you want with people that are across the board. I just want someone that's fun, and if we share something about the game that helps, great. If not, I don't know. Especially towards the end of the game, people, of course, understandably get less communicative. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like our chat was more of a void for myself. So if you were interested in seeing some of my thoughts, I think I put some of them there that aren't even in my void, just because I'm bouncing off of somebody. And the last like month of the game, I don't have anybody in my void that's saying anything anymore, so I'm kind of alone.
Yep.
So if you want to, in future games, if anybody wants to spectate arscumbag, that's me. You can spectate me. I try to make my void funny. So.
Yes, nice plug. It does help. I mean, I'm surprised. I was very wary of specs my first game because, as we've seen, like there's potential for cheating or leaks and just people not respecting the game, which is unfortunate. But I don't know, especially with my partner, she plays now, and like so we always spec each other. We don't play in each other's games, of course. That's wouldn't be fair. Even if she's speccing a game, I don't sub into that because that wouldn't be fair. But she's also really good in her void of keeping it organized, and so we both of us have gotten a few more specs in the last few games, and I enjoy it. I mean, people contribute what they want, and it's better than just having no one to talk to about the game, for real, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you ever want me there, I'd be happy to pop in.
Heck yeah, for sure. Yep. Have to see what ends up in where we end up in 1.4, but
yeah, I don't know what else, if you're playing anything else right now. I'm not. This was the only game I played the whole time I was in here, just because I wanted to focus on it.
yeah, I'm a sub for Congo in the restarted Marigold game, B1.3M, and that was the game they had to restart because of spec shenanigans, I guess is
Really?
Yeah, the short end of it, and so they had to restart, and yeah, I knew I didn't want to play another full game as an Africa Colonial because I played Abyssinia, but I'm like, a sub position is perfect to just scratch that itch until the next games come out, but I'll let you know who I end up as.
Yeah.
I only have one more interesting thing, and then whatever you want to say on the last couple of years, I don't have much to add. So after this fall, the game doesn't end, and I have a decision to make. And of course, I go to both Mugles and Toku and say, hey, sorry, thought the game was ending, just trying to max my center count. I think I told basically everyone that.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, well, the game's not over, and there's a lot of potential it will go on for a couple more years, depending on. I'm a minor player at this point, really. It's it's those top powers talking amongst themselves on how they want to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Do I just keep stabbing Toku? And I didn't really want to because we had, and this is like a huge back and forth in my void. Probably one of the tougher decisions is I should just build double fleet and attack them right here. It is the optimal board move to do 100% if I'm trying to get to impunity. But this is where their press and our relationship, like you said, like with the Inuits, if you invest in that relationship and stay honest enough, that you can get them to do things. And Toku had been that person for me. Sure, do both of us wish they were more aggressive in certain times? Yes, but I really liked him as a player, and I wanted to keep working with them and convince myself that I need this Death Star to do something against the Colonials. And so we make up a big deal where they're going to help me get Xinjing, so that, because I'm like, hey, if I'm not getting your dots, help me with another dot. They're like, that's fair. And I actually agree to like give them back slowly the 2 dots I stole from them. Not Formosa, but I'm going to give them these islands, and they're going to help me against Qing.
Yeah.
Not the greatest plan. So part of that, yeah, let's be honest. But no, that's the power of, you know, working with someone for so long, is they do suboptimal things because they like you. And I fell into that. But here's the problem. So I put in my winter builds, 3 armies, and we have our, you know, 7,000th extension. And this time it was actually because Toku, like, they are in a odd time zone and we're sleeping through the adjudication time, and they hadn't got their builds or disbands in this case. Mm-hmm. And so there's the mods, they announce, oh, we're gonna have a Toku sub, and as soon as they announced it, like 3 minutes later, they're like, okay, and orders have locked. And I was like, wait a minute, like,
oh no.
And I talked to the mods, and I don't want to mischaracterize the conversation, but it was, the gist I got from it was like, you two are pretty minor players. We want to finish this game. We didn't think it had a huge impact. And I was like, for the game, maybe it probably doesn't have a huge impact. They're right. They're trying to keep the games going. But it was huge, and like really rubbed me the wrong way, is like, I only did this because I was working with a player for the last 8 years mostly, and I felt comfortable not continuing the stab, because any other player that comes into this will not respect that. And for me not to have a chance to even change my moves with the sub announcement was pretty brutal. And then the cherry on top was, it was a player called Semi-Conscious, which we have not got along in the past. I'm like, oh great, it's someone who we butted heads a few times, and they're also a pretty savvy player. And I'm like, they're gonna see this and immediately move back to defend. And the old Toku comes back for the last 2 years, but Semi stays as a spectator. And so if I'd known all that and I had the chance to respond to it, I would have built fleets, but it is what it is. And at the end of the day, I wasn't winning anyways. So I just think you might want to, as a GM, handle that a little differently. At least, you know, give a little more time if there's a sub. And I know they probably just didn't realize it was what was going on, but it sucked.
Yeah, the same thing was done when the Qing got subbed out also, because the previous Qing had orders submitted already, so they just used those orders on the sub.
Yep.
Which was an interesting way to do it. It benefited me, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, why not just wait till, if they have moves in, just wait till after the moves go through to announce the sub.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And same thing with, I think the issue here is Toku did not have their disbands in, so they needed someone to put in disbands and then play, and didn't want to delay the game. But even if it wasn't Semi-Conscious, if I had a chance with any sub coming in, but moves go through pretty late at night for us, at least for my work schedule and stuff. So I pulled up my phone and saw like new sub, orders locked within like 3 minutes, and Oh well, but that's the last interesting thing I had. But I'll go on. The game lasts for 2 more years. We have Athabasca and Netherlands above 100%, and this is a 31% gap. So really, the game should have been over, but just not quite. So bonus diplomacy.
Yep. Well, bonus round, I guess.
Yep.
I don't really know when the game is ending after this because I don't feel like doing math, and I figure I'm just going to maximize my gains however I can.
Yeah.
So, I believe what we do is this spring of the next year.
Yes, spring 1650. The game ends in the end of 1651.
Okay. Yes. Things between Sweden and I sort of fall apart a little bit because now I kind of am looking at their dots again because the game's not ending. I don't like say anything, but I'm trying to get them. They want to exchange Narva for Christiania, essentially, because like I'm saying, oh, I'll move my fleets down there and then I'll have a better shot at taking the North Sea and kind of boxing the Dutch in a little bit. And I decide I don't really want to do that, but they really want to do it. I want to take Christiania and then not have them in Narva, so I can gain. But they are adamant about the trade, and I don't want to tip them off, so I just do it, and then I think I stab them later.
Mm-hmm. Were they supposed to move here for the Narva? Like, were you guys supposed to exchange this?
We were.
Okay.
They had Dutch hold them, so at this point, our relationship is pretty much toast.
Yep. And they're convoying back. Like, yeah, they're not going to fight the Dutch.
Yeah, they've convoyed back. They've convoyed back. They're attacking me. It's like, okay, so I have to do what I have to do, and what I have to do is I have to go talk to fucking Austria again, which I really don't want to do. But I'm like, Austria, like the game's still going. Like, do you want to split Sweden's centers finally? Like, please, like I'll help you. Just do it. And they agree to it, I think, because they'll always just agree to whatever I say. But what they actually do is what matters, and they help Spain take Khan this phase, I believe, from Smyrna. And then I'm kind of just moving slightly against them. I don't think I actually helped them against Sweden here because I don't expect Sweden to be doing this. But after these moves, I have to talk to Austria again.
Yep. At least they're realizing, like, oh, if I want to win or the game to continue, I need to attack the Dutch. I'm like, you should have done that before they put down the 2 extra armies. Like, this is too little too late. Like, this is like one of the best defended Dutch home centers I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's also, I also assume for the rest of the game that Austria wants the game to continue. So near the end, I'm like, if you want the game to continue, you have to do this. And they just are like, I want the game to end. I see in a bunch of chats, and I'm like, okay, so they don't really care.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't stab the Safs here, just because I don't feel like it's a good idea. So I'm kind of just working with them. I'm working with you against the Qing. Not really much to say.
Oh yeah, this is where we get the, like, I'll throw if Qing and Toku, like, say they have some throw agreement if we attack them, and I am actually still holding on because the old Toku came back. I'm like, yep, here you can have this back. I built an army here. It's going to do nothing in the spring, but then we're going to take this in the fall. I'm trying to work with them. Probably it would have been more fun to have fleets at the end of the game because this is just frustrating that they're.
You do move away here from the Qing.
Oh, I try to, quote unquote, try to. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling that you're not upset about this.
I was okay either way because if I was getting you two to help me, I didn't. I could have still done it with the army just in Hohat. Like we could have cracked this, the 3 of us. And and even now I'm thinking, okay, I really like Russia. We finally get to work together. Safavids, they seem willing to take Safavids down.
I'm always game for more dots.
But yeah, you can see why fleets here would have been a lot more fun, because I'm trying to thread that needle. This throw threat, like, it's funny, in Qing's Void afterwards, they're like, oh crap, they're still attacking me. I didn't really want to throw, and I don't really want to follow through on the threat. Which valid, like, that's the best way to throw, is threaten to throw, but you're not actually doing it, just to, yeah. But
called their bluff, I guess, and it worked out.
Yeah, because I think we both said, like, honestly, what kind of fight are they really putting up? It was way more important to Toku for, I don't know, trying to hold this against Athabasca, so that's why they were reluctant to give me this.
Yeah, and it's not really going to make a difference in Athabasca's game what Qing does. And Qing, actually, even though, like, they had done this, they still go hard against Athabasca. Like, I'm attacking them, and they're still attacking. They convoyed an army, and Qing pops it.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I will not reward you, but thank you.
Yeah. This is a Asian fight, please. North America regional, get out of here.
Yeah, get these Americans out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're doing all sorts of nonsense here. I'm just like, okay.
What is all that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Whatever.
Yeah. But we said what we need to say there, but yeah, I didn't really care either way. Trying to clean up the Mughals. This is all just oh, this is fun, because yeah, why not have fun at this point? So
Ooh.
We're doing everything we can to side with Spain, because the Dutch, I can't do anything about Athabasca, and they don't seem willing to go for a solo, so I only care about keeping the Dutch in range. So, because I don't think Athabasca is going to try to shoot out 35% ahead of them. So we're doing so much effort. One, because it's really hard to take the Philippines, but this is so many wasted movement turns, like years of avoiding Spanish dots while they're not really doing anything. But we get a convoy off, which is fun. So
yeah, you love to see a convoy.
Yeah, I made it to Indonesia. This is as far as we go.
I didn't actually notice this. I wasn't paying attention down here.
Yeah, the idea was we get down here, and army is way more fun to, especially on this island, because you have to.
Yep.
No, they have the units to deal with it because they have so many fleets, but it does at least cause them. It's annoying. That's just all I can do right now. So
it's very inconvenient for them.
Yep, and we got them all out of Southeast Asia. Like that army got blown up or something, and they're doing other stuff. So, small wins, but that's all I got here.
Yeah, you're eating the Mughals pretty handily. Yeah,
they don't seem too beat up by it. I think. Well, I'm sure they're upset I stabbed. No, I understand that, but like, the game's almost. It should have been over. It's almost over, and so they're doing some token. The thing is, they won't go in against the Dutch, right? Because the Dutch have been nice to them all game, and why? Yeah. Which that's fair. That's very fair. So
yeah,
but that's all I got.
Yep, for this phase, that's all I have too.
Cool.
Fall. No, retreats.
Just being annoying.
Let's see. Only place I really. Yeah, I mean, I'm being annoying to the Austrian here because they keep screwing me. But I also am talking to them and saying, what am I doing again? Oh, I think I retreat this to keep appearances with Sweden or the Dutch or somebody that I'm attacking. I think it might be Spain and the Dutch that I'm attacking Austria, because Austria and I are kind of sort of getting along at this point, and like I agree, hey Austria, just pop Banat, like I'm not gonna like move anywhere, I'm not gonna do anything, but I need to retreat this phase to keep Spain on side and to keep the Dutch on side, and try to get the Dutch on side in Sweden, which is the whole thing, and it never works out because I'm way too pushy, and I'm like, Dutch, if you want me to work with you in Sweden, like you're already over 100%, like you need to give me everything, and they don't really appreciate that. But like, what else am I supposed to offer if I'm being genuine? Because like, we're not going to have even gains because you're just going to pull away from me. Yeah, and they don't really need to get you. You're not too close of a threat like Abby turns out to be, where they're like, hey Abby, just come join us, we don't care, we have extra dots and we'll help you get to 32. Yeah.
Which is
But
good
yeah,
for them. Like if you don't care about the number of people and the impunity, then it's way easier. There's always this math. It's like, do I try to push someone down below 35%, or do I just drag them up so we can end the game? And I think that was the right call here.
Yep. Not for me, but for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get Austria to retreat to Ruthenia here, and I'm like, let's finally work against Sweden, because Sweden just betrayed me with the Dutch, and like we need to work against Sweden and the Dutch and this and the Spanish. Like I'm literally the only person you can work with. Please just listen to me for God's sake.
Yeah.
And they do. They retreat to Silesia, and if we move over to moves, they do cooperate with me. Soon, if not now. Yeah, they do. They move out of Jassy, like I tell them to. They pop Banat, and yeah, this is basically what I wanted. I support them into Krakow, but I need to keep Wilno safe, so I don't tap Warsaw, so they don't actually take it, because they don't help with Brandenburg or anything. I kind of forgot this is something that might happen, but I'm not too upset about it.
Oh, I'm guilty of that too. It's like, oh shoot, I didn't see that.
And I think I did kind of think about it, but all I said is I'd support them into Krakow. So, like with Ruthenia, so they can't get too mad at me, because the wording of our agreement didn't really say that I would get them into Krakow.
Yep.
So that I would support them. So yeah, I moved back up against Sweden. We're fighting Sweden again. Back here again. Wow, so fun. I think I take Christiania. They convoy Courland out. I don't know why they do that, but it bounces with Austria, which annoys me, because like I would have loved Courland to not be there anymore. That's pretty much it. Finally, Austria is helping me. I stab the Saps. I take Trebizond. I assume, because they keep just holding Tehran, as I self-bounce in Tabriz, I gamble that they won't go for Tabriz and convoy into Turkmenistan. And the last couple of years, I've been making these useless, stupid cores in Tbilisi and Tabriz, and I'm very proud of myself, because I come up with a moveset where I get to stab Saps, and then I get to build in both of these cores at the same time.
That's
And
how you stab.
it makes me feel like a clever little guy to do this. But yeah, I take Yarkand. Muggles help me because they don't like the Saps anymore.
And you're back to playing people against each other all over again.
Yep, here we go. We're doing it again. Except this time, it's not really gonna change much.
I don't have the time. Yep.
Is this when I try to help you into Shenzhen and fail? No, I'm doing my own thing. I'm doing my own thing against the Qing right now, and you're kind of doing your own thing.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to. I thought Toku would help me, and so like we have 1, 2, 3 on your friendly, so maximum 2. So that's why I don't ask for anything here.
Yeah, and they don't do it.
No, they don't, because they've decided, even after I was friendly, very friendly. I see if I can't get into the mindset, but like if I see someone stab me, but then build all armies when I'm Toku, I'm like, you know what? They probably mean they want peace. I didn't think I needed to do much more beyond build the armies and then give them back what they wanted, and they'd be happy to do this, but miscalculation for sure. Just fun cleanup. I think we're trying to keep. We're saying we're trying to keep Ayutthaya alive to the end, but yeah, I don't have anything.
Yeah, not much to say here.
Nope.
I think this year I finally pull ahead of Austria, which had been bothering me the last couple of years because I still sort of had a vendetta against them. So I'm happy to be above Austria.
Very fair. Very fair. Yeah.
But yeah, not much has changed.
And going into the last year, you and Spain are really the only threats to prevent the impunity, and Spain really isn't, because they can get knocked down / I thought were actively helping themselves to get knocked down by Atha and Netherlands. Atha and Netherlands have so many attacks on them, so like there's just places all over. Spain can't stay where they are, much less go up enough to prevent it.
Yeah, these last couple of moves is basically everybody trying to keep me from impunity except for you.
Really?
Basically, yeah. Nobody wants me in impunity. Everybody hates me. So,
Wow.
even Austria, who just cooperated with me, is back to their bullshit again. That's the only time they ever work with me, was that last move.
Oh.
So I do my cheeky little builds against the Saps. I'm very proud of this. It makes me feel very happy to have done this cute little stab against them. Um,
I'll go to the moves, yeah.
but yeah, they disbanded 2 fleets and then built armies, and I'm just like, all right, I'm not getting any more fast.
Nope.
So I've got some cute little tactics here where I pretty much outplay them at every turn, which makes me happy. Like I pop them in Munich, I get Derbent covered. Everything's good. I'm in Kiva. Everything looks great. They
Oh,
haven't
this
moved anything.
yeah, this was like perfect guesses by you. That was really
Yeah,
nice.
I did say I was proud of my tactics this game for the most part. For the most part. Um,
I wouldn't thought about this
Austria.
convoy at all. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's just another. It's a benefit of FCAS B and C. You just have so many things you can do just to cover the Caucasus and attack Tehran and like cover Central Asia. Like I convoyed into Turkmenistan last year, and then I'm convoying into Durban. It's really getting its money worth here at the end of the game.
Yep. It shows why it's so good. I haven't seen a game where I haven't been in a game, I should say, where both players build fleets because it's just so useless. But
Yeah, you need to
whoever builds it first has a massive upper hand. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the West, in Sweden, I'm just kind of
Oh yeah.
fighting, fighting Sweden. Not really doing much against the Dutch. Inuit are kind of talking about maybe attacking the Dutch with Portugal, but it's like who cares at this point? It doesn't matter. I'm trying to get Austria into Krakow. So I actually do tap Warsaw this year, and Austria decides they want to go do something dumb, so they leave. And they try to go for Khan while they know I'm going for Khan, which makes Spain keep Khan. And it's like, what, dude? What are you doing? How is this helping anybody?
This was not a great relationship.
No, no, we did not get. Like they were always nice to me, like, and they were like, "Oh, I feel bad. I'm sorry." But like I just like I was so angry with them like all the time. And I don't think it was unfounded for me to be angry with them because they kept doing things that I thought were stupid.
Yep.
Like um
Well, I think there's
like
one. Where's this power? Where's 2, 3, 4, 5 people that are pretty happy that you got frustrated by Austria.
and I still try to work with them even after all this. I'm still trying to work with them just because I know I can be pragmatic. I know when I need to work with somebody even if I don't really
Yeah.
personally think that we work well together just because I have to.
Yeah.
And so that's what I do. Like if I was really dead set on vendetta against Austria, I would not have ever worked with them even when Sweden attacked me here.
Nice.
That's pretty much it though.
Yeah. The only. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this is the phase where we try to get me into Shenzhen and I forget to tap Highland Pow and I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
It feels so stupid for doing this. I hate myself for doing this one.
I like 80% believed you there. Like I honestly thought you really did an accident, but I'm like, if you didn't, that's good move. But it didn't really gain you anything to lie there.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm glad that we were able to clear that up because I was like, oh, he's not going to believe me till after the game. And that makes me sad because I'm trying to like, I don't know, I'm trying to stay on your good side here.
No, I think I tell you, I'm like, hey, if you can show me math where I need to give you Lang Zhao for the game to continue, I'll do it. But not realizing that you're not a big math guy. So.
Yeah, I think I knew there was no way. Like, even not doing the math, I think I knew there was no way just because nobody was working with me.
It also, like they had such power. Oh, this board is flipped. That's why this happened.
Yep.
They had such good position. It wasn't like one of these powers was going to creep into 100%. They were going to be well over 100%. And so getting you above 65 while also letting you, once again, giving you just a sliver of a chance to stab me. I was like, no, I just don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, and it jeopardized like the safety of Yarkand, and it was just a waste of time.
Yeah.
I do think at one point in this game you do offer to throw to me, and it's obviously not genuine looking back at it, but I found it kind of strange at the time.
Huh, I don't remember that at all, but yeah, it would not have been
You,
genuine.
it was, I think it was when you were trying to get me on side against Ching. You were like, "Oh yeah, if I'm doing really badly against the colonials and they're getting armies on the mainland, you can come eat me,"
Yes,
something like that.
I
And
do remember that. Yeah.
I was like, I don't know, that was weird, but it didn't tip me off to the point that you weren't like wanting to work with me. So I just kind of brushed it off as whatever. It's kind of
Yeah,
a
it was
weird
just
thing
kind
to
of,
say.
it was frustration a bit. But it was
Yeah,
also like, yeah, if I'm really, I don't know, like if it was, I guess what I was trying to say is like, if it's a choice between defending here or if they're pushing far enough that they have armies here, I'm going to go help the game out versus
yeah,
let them eat me and just say, F you, I'm going against Russia. Because like, there were never, as we said, there was never a lot of gains up here I was going to get. And I would
yeah,
have more luck that way, but it was probably just worded poorly. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I might have just misinterpreted it, and it never really mattered all that much.
No, no, our border like has been solid for what? I mean, this changed a little bit, but man, since you
Yeah,
took Turfan, this has been pretty. I
yeah. And I never
almost,
had any interest in coming down there because I felt like any attack I could put up was just not very good.
yeah, same, likewise, and that's why I think our like frenemy thing works so well. Is we were never direct, and why this was a good duo for to talk about it because we never directly were just really at odds. It was all the relationships around us and how we were handling it.
Yeah,
Which means I never. You were talking about like the technical truth here with a year ago with I'll support you to Kurkal, not I'll get you Kurkal. I am
yeah,
so smug when I do those technical truths. I'm like, I kept my word exactly. You assumed things that you did not clarify. So the good players will always clarify. I'm like, well, now you're painting me in a corner. I got to do what I say I'll do.
yeah, yeah.
But we're trying to keep Mugals are having fun. I don't know. Toku continues to. That's also why I wasn't really keen on doing all the math. Is like this isn't agreed. This they didn't support me to Xinjiang. I'm like, okay, so I gotta move back to cover. And Spain also is stabbing me here. They reached out and apologized.
Man.
I'm like, dude, I don't care about you. Like, we didn't even talk about all the fun that we got to do and getting them Cotabato with the army, and then the army gets popped. Like, I was trying to do so much for them, and when they stab, I'm just like, whatever, man. I haven't really been impressed with what you've been doing down here anyway. So, and they were the ones that were like, oh, I had such problems with their comms, and I think
Yep.
you know, I don't think it's like them universally. It just wasn't a good game for us, and I was really frustrated by it. Like they would not talk to me for 2 weeks, reach out to say something, and all that it would be a one sentence lie, and then not talk to me for a week. I'm like, what are you doing? Just leave me alone. So when they do this, I'm like, the first thing is even the moves you said you were doing weren't really that helpful, so I didn't really care. And then I had to move back for Toku anyways, so whatever, man.
Yeah.
But that's, you know, just it's why people can get like emotions run high because there can be a lot of frustrating things. I think the more I play, the better I get at just, you know, water off a duck's back. Like just get over it faster. It doesn't
Yeah.
always work, but you got to have a thick skin with this, and it just comes with time and just getting stabbed more and more, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely lost my cool a little bit with Austria, but I don't think I totally like went ballistic or anything. And obviously, we did sort of make up a little bit. But
Yeah.
after this move, I sent them something to the effect of, "How am I supposed to work with you? Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Like, what do you want from me? Because like you'll agree to anything I ask you to do, and then you'll just do something weird, and it's like, what I genuinely, what do you want?" And then he never really answers me.
Yeah, because you'd want a player that would be like, hey, I can't do that because I have these even if they're lying, but to just like
Yeah,
nod along, and that is frustrating because you're not really negotiating there, right? It's
yeah.
like you think you're in agreement, so there's nothing to negotiate, but you're constantly not. That's tough.
Like, let me convince you if you don't believe me.
Yeah, you love to do that, but when they just like nod along, then where does
Then you
this?
think it's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. So, anyways, your misery will be over very soon, as this is
Yep,
the last move of the game. We'll show a final leaderboard after
yep.
this, but I really did want to keep Ayutthaya alive. They were shout out to Ayutthaya, amazing player. Considering I stabbed them basically year one and was always almost fighting them, they continued to talk to me, continued to be respectful, never lost their cool, which
Oh.
is better. They're a better person than I am in that regard. And tough game, but what a great player. And I really did want to keep him alive. What did I think? I needed. I wasn't getting a build, and I needed. If the game kept going on, I was setting up to build a fleet peaking. So
Yeah.
I self bounced. I'm sorry you didn't make it to the end, but I just had to apologize. But other than that, no. Toku continues Toku things, and none of this matters.
Yep. I think. Do I get Highland Pow here? I think I do. Yeah, I get a couple of gains. I get stuff off Saf. I get stuff off Ching. None of it matters. It doesn't stop the game, but it feels nice to end a little stronger.
Yep. Yep.
What's going on in the West? I basic so Austria and I had drawn up a map essentially like of Europe where he would get all of the Swedish Baltics area, not
Yeah. All
Baltics
this.
area, but like Konings, all that stuff there, and I would get Targoviste and Khan, and then we'd have a good border again. And then like right before the last move, he's like, "Oh, I want to go with this other map we drew and didn't agree on like 2 years ago, where I get Khan and Targoviste and you get like Königsberg and Warsaw." And I'm like, in kinder words, I basically tell them to piss off and that if they want the game to continue, they have to leave. They have to leave Targoviste and they have to help me take Khan. And obviously they don't do it, but I'm kind of done with them at this point.
Yeah.
Um,
I remember,
so
yeah, there was
yeah,
like half-hearted efforts to like, if we get Russia, a few here and one or two here, maybe they are close enough. But I don't think any of us really, I don't know, cared that much or thought it was worth the effort. And they go. I think we can see the final board here, unless you got something else on this.
um,
I don't think
I guess
anything.
I never really talked about the last Dutch that came in, but they did agree to help me, and then I forgot to change my move. Like last year, they supported me into Gothenburg, and I forgot to move it because I was doing a core because I had nothing else to do, and then I forgot to talk to them.
Yeah,
And then they helped Sweden take Christiania, and I was like, oh, I kind of bungled that, but it didn't really matter. So
that feels right for investments.
they never wanted to help me anyway. Reading all their press and stuff, they were like, I want to keep Russia out of the impunity. I was like, what did I ever do to you? But I get it.
Yeah, I guess because like you just hadn't been allies, or I won't try to psychoanalyze it. But if I'm Dutch, I'm like, sure, why not? I mean, I'm not soloing, so you're not gonna do anything except hurt people that I don't care
I think
about.
they wanted the game to end because they knew they were going to win if the game ends now.
Oh yeah, which fair. I think
Yeah.
I will applaud all 25 plus subs that played. I think everyone really did play to the end. Sorry, I was trying to drag it out, but I'm always trying to win. But no, everyone
Yep.
did. The comms were good. The vibes were good. No huge, battles in public square. Besides the, I think I have a final map. Oh, I have a retreats map was almost as good. Besides the delays and adjudication, and I mean it was like adjudication was 9 p.m. my time, and going into this, I already said I'm not going to look at them at night because then I just stay up past my bedtime thinking about Diplo and I have to wake up early for work. But it never adjudicated at 9, and they never
Yeah.
they sometimes announce grace, but most of the time I'd wake up at 5 a.m. and look and be like, oh, it adjudicated at 11:47 p.m. Glad I didn't try to stay up for that.
Yeah, it was 10 for me. And I like to see the moves before I go to bed, even though it does keep me up. And the fact that it was not consistent made me unhappy because I was always like sitting there like waiting. I'd be like doing something at my like computer and I'd be like, okay, it's like 10:30. I wonder when moves are gonna come through. And then they never did. but what can you do?
What can you
But yeah,
do? Yep.
I had a fun game. Um, Trying to
Yeah.
think if I have any honorable mentions for players I really liked working with. I really liked Safavids, despite everything I did to them. I liked the Mugles. They were a funny dude to talk to.
He was
Uh,
great. Yeah.
we vibed well. We had like similar senses of humor. Ching I never really talked to that much, especially the second Ching, because like I kind of knew my course was set, but they seemed like a good player. First Sweden, besides that build that kind of set everything into motion, I feel like I probably would have stuck with them, and they were a good player. Second Sweden was also a good player. They were clearly trying to get me killed the whole time, but they ended well. I mean, look at that position compared to a few years ago. That position is really good.
Yeah, they stayed alive.
Um,
They kept trying, and yeah, honestly, this is better than I would have thought. Like I said earlier, I was like, oh, you'll clean this up, and they worked out with you where you never did. So
yeah, yeah. Spain. I don't know. It was like between them and Austria, it felt like us three were constantly playing each other off each other just every phase, and it was like driving me insane.
yeah,
Spain clearly ended pretty decently in the med for it, so I can't knock them too much. But I kind of wish that they had not taken Austrian supports into certain places when it was clear that I wanted to kill Austria and they could gain from it. But it's kind of a minor complaint. And Inuit was kind of like my best friend in this game. Like we never really had anything to argue about, and we didn't have much to do besides that little buddy army in Asia that was going on for a while. But they were just, I felt like I could trust them completely, and that was nice because sometimes they'd end up next to Spitsbergen, and I didn't really feel like I had to cover it.
honestly, being next to the giant Atha, even if they weren't an aggressive player, I think they made a smart decision just to pivot over. They did well over here. You know, they ended on 18 centers, so maybe not the outcome they wanted, but not a bad game at all. Well played.
Yeah, yeah. I think I've pretty much said everything I need to.
On my side, I mentioned the players throughout this and in the void. Yeah, Abyssinia board top was not on my bingo board,
Mhm.
but well played by them. Great communicator. Portugal. There was not a player in this game that I just was like, man, this is toxic for the game. I enjoyed everyone. Maybe a lesser extent some players and stuff, but it was a pretty wholesome game overall. At least I'm looking back on it.
Yeah.
Well, I think my biggest lessons learned were, yeah, the retreat to Bamo being a big mistake, not building the fleets there probably when it didn't matter, but just not thinking about keeping pace good enough. I was way too focused on trying to play a balance of power, and with the colonials being such a threat since like year 2 3, I was laser focused on that as like, this has to be stopped, otherwise I'm not going to win, and not realizing that so much of that effort I spent into keeping you in check and keeping the colonials somewhat in check. I mean, I'm pretty proud they are not on the Asian continent. Formosa fell, but did I get further than that? No, and it cost me the pace that I needed to get there. And the Ming do, like, you can have a very quick aggressive game as Ming, which I started out trying to do, and I think probably do quite well, but getting bogged down so much, and then that scramble year where fending off the Mugles, fending off you, Qing, and a little bit of Toku, and then having to do the Great Wall of China, as I called it, against you,
Yeah.
that just was too costly. But no, I mean, congrats to the winners, Abyssinia, Athabasca, Dutch, and thank you for spending the last 4.5 hours talking with me. I got really lucky that you subbed in and knew you liked to talk, and as soon as it was kind of with our fun relation, but not like too directly, like we're next to each other, but we had so much around us that we were trying to influence, and I also felt like you were, it's hard to judge your own influence ability, but from my perspective, you were the one doing the most effective influencing of my neighbors. And I'm like, this will be fun to talk through how he was thinking about it. So
Yeah, I'm glad that you had me. It was a lot of fun to talk all this stuff over. In terms of, I guess the lessons I learned, if we want to go over that,
Hmm.
I think that I was a little stab happy in places where I didn't need to be, just because I think part of that was just that I hadn't played this game in a long time, and I kind of get a thrill out of it, and not always because it was the smartest thing to do. I'm mostly talking about dotting the Muggles in Yarkand, and also the thing I did with the Ching, which was a little less of a mistake, but still probably a potential mistake.
I'll give
I
you
think,
I'll give you credit
yeah.
there because especially after you've described to me your history with diplomacy, my last game I had a Sophovid that was flipping back and forth alliances or getting a dot off one player then off the other back and forth, and I think that is a lot more valid strategy in the base game with 7 players, and you kind of have to. You're not doing like huge long-term alliances in that tight of a game, and so when normal diplomacy players first try out the Imperial Diplomacy variant, they still have that mindset of all the micro advantages they can get versus like a long-term alliance or like a longer-term vision. So you're not the only one I've seen that is transferring skills and learning as they're doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you totally hit the nail on the head there.
Mhm.
Just stabs are not as decisive all of the time in a variant this large. Like you stab someone in Classic and they're like diminished pretty greatly just because there's not as many units. But you stab somebody here, and unless it's a really good stab, they stubbornly refuse to die
Yep.
immediately. And that happened to me a couple times. Um, so yeah, I think in the future, going forward, just for everybody who's watching this, I will try to I'll try to be a better ally. So don't think I'm going to kill you instantly, because I will. I do want to try a little more alliance play and trying to kind of be a little more reliable, because I think it does benefit you a little more than just going for dots, going for dots, going for dots constantly, and just trying to get ahead. There's a place for that, but especially as Russia, I think if you make all your neighbors angry, what happens to me? I mean, what happened to me will happen to you, where everybody's like, okay, let's kill this guy.
Yeah. Ours was like the mild version. It's like, oh, we waited too long. We can just barely
Yeah,
hold them. Versus if you got a savvy group of neighbors around you, they early on can coalition and make your game a little shorter. So, but luckily you'd played off well enough at the beginning, and when you came in that you always had the builds to make that just not a reality. So, and the persuasion skills. So.
yeah. I mean, I think I could improve at that too. I think sometimes I kind of word vomit at people a little bit.
No, I
I'll
like
work
it.
on that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll work on that. It doesn't always um, rub people the right way, I guess. Even though I really am trying to just kind of get my thoughts out there, I don't really organize it very well sometimes. But what can you do? Um,
Well,
so
if you're watching this and you haven't played ImpDip or you're interested, first of all, what are you doing watching me? Go watch Captain Meme and Etsy. Like, go watch some better players.
yeah,
I just make these videos because I like talking with someone that I was in the game with, and I don't know, just so I can remember the game or at least look back and a vanity project. I'm not doing this to be super helpful to you guys. So go watch someone who's actually a good player and pretty helpful. But there is an ImpDip Discord server. I'll throw a link in the description of the video, and they open up new games. Try about once a month or every 6 weeks. Very very welcome to new players. Though it will be a bit of a steep learning curve, possibly, if you see what happens. But no, I encourage you. We're always, and they do a bunch of other little variants, and they have a chaos game where every single dot on the map is a different player. There's like 300 plus players, which I could not get involved in, but it looks fun. So yeah, come check it out. And Andrew, it has been wonderful. I would love to see you in my next game, and if not, I will definitely be looking to spec if it looks fun. So
yeah, likewise. I thought that we really had a great little thing going, and I really like talking to you about the entire course of the game. It was really interesting to go back and kind of just recap everything in one sitting.
yeah. So Thanks, everyone. This is B1.2 Dahlia, the Ming and Russia perspective. Thanks for watching.